identify ourselves. Yeah, that is just a stretch to identify ourselves because we are also online, that we are present and ready for today's. Now you can just welcome the person next to you by a warm greeting, and you tell them to welcome to Cyber Week Africa 2024. Even the camera lady, you're standing next to someone, welcome them. Yeah, even that one is a welcome. Okay, please, let's get seated and we are going to begin our session this morning. Karibu sana.
So, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Dunstan Akwiri, and I serve as the Vice President, CyberPro, the African chapter, and I am honored today to be your event mover. So, cybersecurity is really an interesting discipline, because with cybersecurity, it doesn't matter whether you're in technology or whether you're doing other disciplines as well, but it is everybody's responsibility. And of course, there is a new thing, a new era that, that is being so much appreciated today, which has existed for a couple of years, and that is artificial intelligence. So the purpose of this conference is cybersecurity and artificial intelligence. All right, so please help me welcome our first speaker today, Dr. Miriti from the University of Nairobi. Welcome, Dr.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, as we wait for the slides to come up, thank you, Dansan, for the opportunity. I'm from the University of Nairobi, the Department of Computing and Informatics. And so my presentation today will center on some research we did with one of my MSc students, and it's really about using AI for cybersecurity. So I'll give a few seconds for the presentation to come up. But yes, come. This is the name. As the presentation comes up, I've been thinking about this concept of defense in depth. And we've been urged for the few days we've been here that we need to be implementing defense in depth. Yeah? But we need to realize that to achieve that, maybe we need to know it when we see it. the layers of security. Just wanted to put up the hypothesis that user awareness training is part of defense in depth. So we can say we can put perimeter measures, perimeter control measures. We can put application security, but user awareness training is also part of it. And so as we try to describe what our defense in depth looks like, and you can see all these layers that we can put up, or these measures that we can put up. So this is my presentation, leveraging AI for cybersecurity, and I acknowledge that this is based on the work of one of my MSc students, Elsie Dida. As usual, we begin with the problem, and the problem we addressed in our work was phishing, which we know is one of the main techniques used by malicious actors to try to get into our systems. And we see that according to the IBM Cost of Data Breach Report of 2024, phishing and stolen credentials are the most prevalent data breach attack vectors. And we see that 74% of account takeovers start with phishing attacks. And phishing, I'm sure you've learned it has been defined for you before, but let's just define it since we are starting for today. We can adopt this definition. It involves sending deceptive or coercive messages with the aim of inducing the recipient to do what the attacker wants, which is maybe divulge sensitive information, for instance, account credentials, make payments. This could be the account department can receive fake emails or fake invoices, can also receive fake payment instructions from senior executives like the CEO, instructing them to pay certain monies to certain accounts. And this starts with a business email compromise. Can imagine with whale phishing, hackers might be able to get the email credentials of senior executives and send emails or instructions pretending to be them. And so we find that these phishing emails may contain links to malicious sites. That's a very common way of doing it for the purpose of harvesting credentials. They may also contain malicious files, which if opened, they will install malware. Yeah? Malware may include keyloggers, again, which can be used to capture account credentials. But they could also be deceptive messages. I'm sure we've seen this, most of us, offering rewards for taking some action, like participating in a raffle and so forth. And so identification of spoofed sites is critical, and AI, we can use AI for this, and that is what our project involved. Here we still have some statistics which show that the cost of a data breach where AI is used is reduced significantly. AI is used for identification and also for containment of a breach. You can see that the reduction in the costs, eventual cost of a breach, can be reduced by almost $2 million. That's the average cost. Yeah? Also, the number of days that it takes to identify and contain the breach. When AI is used, you can see they are reduced to 209 as compared to when it's not used, when it becomes 3 107 days on average. So we know in Kenya that's very important because there have been accusations that our experts are not even able to identify breaches when they occur. So we developed an LSTM model to identify phishing sites, and we used fish tank datasets for the study. This contains legitimate and phishing URLs, and what we did is we added some more data to this. In addition to the URLs, we tried to make the data more useful by adding some more information to it. What we did is that we extracted the URL features. You can see, sorry, I have not been moving. The URL features were URL length, number of dots, number of hyphens, number of phishing ones, like account, login, number of @signs, number of equals, number of underscores, number of %. If it was an IP address, URL depth, that's the number of forward slashes. Then the additional features we added, we contacted the WHOIS server for domain name information. So one of the things we are looking at is if we were getting any information from the WHOIS server, we're also getting the domain age, also getting the domain expiration period that is remaining. We also scraped the sites using the URLs, and we got information including number of iframes, number of forms, number of input fields, number of scripts, that's JavaScripts, number of external scripts, that's for pointing to external sites, number of internal scripts. Using this, we were able to determine which are the most important features. And we use these techniques, random forest feature importance, recursive feature elimination, and variance threshold. That's which features and most variance. And so these were the most important features. Domain age is a very important feature in determining if a site is a phishing site. Number of scripts, which of those scripts are external, domain length, URL length, if WHOIS returned any information, number of @signs, the hyphens in the domain name. That was important because that's one way of spoofing, by trying to vary the domain just a bit by including an hyphen. Domain expiration, number of digits, and additionally, number of internals. And our model was able to perform quite well with an accuracy, you can see, of 96%, precision 97%, recall 95%, and an F1 score of 96%. And ultimately, we built a Chrome extension, which we can tell you if your website is a phishing website or not. You can see there. It tells you if your the site is legitimate. It's a plugin for Chrome. And you can see like this site, this is google.com. It's legitimate. And you can see these are the site fmovies 2, which are the red, I don't know, yes. The red part there is our way of telling you that the site is illegitimate or rather a phishing site. Before I conclude, I would like to add other ways that you can use AI for cybersecurity. You can see you can use it to detect abnormal traffic using algorithms such as DBScan, and also abnormal usage patterns. and also abnormal keystroke patterns. Yeah. You can also use it for classification. For classification, there are many things. You know, cybersecurity is not just about data theft. Even things like hate speech are also considered part of cyber crimes. Hate speech, cyberbullying, child sexual prediction, fake images, private data. You classify if data that you maybe want to share is private or not, or contains personally identifiable information. Of course, malware detection, we know that, also fraud detection. Gen AI is also applicable, can be used to plug the gap in cybersecurity skills. In other words, a cybersecurity expert can learn more using from Gen AI tools. Can also be used to generate attack scenarios for simulation purposes. Unfortunately, it can also be used to generate malicious phishing messages that look more authentic. We can also use it for clustering, and you know clustering helps us get new insights from data, and in which case we can be able to, mostly clustering is grouping, and in grouping we can see if there are new usage patterns or usage patterns that are unusual. Not only can they call them anomalies, we can see which groups of usage patterns exist and what are their common characteristics. And so those are ways that we can use AI. We've done some of them in our research, but for today we wanted to focus on the phishing sites. Thank you so much. That's the end of my presentation.
So I think we'll pick questions after the second speaker. If you have any questions for Daktari, you can just have them with you. So before I invite the next speaker, let me give you a little bit of insights. So basically, some people think artificial intelligence is robotics, right? You see robots, you think that is just what AI is. Now, robotics is just basically a subset of artificial intelligence. We have got other things. Some of the things that Dr. was mentioning, right? Neural networks, of course. We have got deep learning, machine learning, and other things for that matter. So artificial intelligence is a very broad field that has all these aspects in them. Before then, I wanted to tell you something that has been bothering me. So I was forced by someone to accommodate a pet. So I have a cat, and I have to pay monthly for that guy. I have to feed that guy. As if that is not better, the guy is not paying bills at the house. And as if it's not better again, the guy has 9 lives. Some people or some things are lucky in this life. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to be able to introduce Dr. Tamrat Asfow. Comes from the US, and he is a senior principal and managing director at Highland Peak Consulting, a strategic partner of RevTech Solution, and he has over 20 years of knowledge in multidisciplinary experience in planning and designing of complex systems across IT, cybersecurity, telecom, and critical infrastructure environment. Help me welcome Dr. Tamrat for his presentation.
Good morning. I see the slides are up again. Thank you. So, following the established protocol, let me introduce myself. I think Dan did a great job. So I think I could skip most of that. I want to thank Cyber Pro and our host, the University of Nairobi, for this wonderful venue and conference. And I'm excited to join, coming all the way from the States. And so, first time in Nairobi, so I'm very excited. The theme of the conference is cybersecurity industry workforce. And so today, I want to provide awareness in one area, specifically area of high-value assets. And the talk is more general concepts. Generally speaking, available public domain information. I'm representing Highline Peak Consulting. No one else. I may refer to some examples from the public or research domain, but I just want to be clear that I am not speaking for the organizations that I may be bringing up. And so if we could go to the next slide. Oh, this one? This one. Okay. It's not doing it. Okay, here we go. Before I dive into HVA, what do you want to call the most critical system that you have? And this is just to get the conversation going. But everybody in organizations across the industry have what they consider to be critical assets or infrastructure. And what do you call it in your environment? I want you to ask yourselves, do you call it crown jewels? Do you call it critical assets? One of the references that I included here called Managing Cyber Risk, it's a book you could get from Amazon, does a good job in painting cyber security, specifically managing cyber risk within the context of high-value assets. After all, if your crown jewels, your high-value assets are not protected and secure, they are not going to be, managing cyber risk is going to be very difficult to do, right? So I think, ask yourself, do you own a high-value asset? So it's not surprising, but let me start with a little bit of introduction of high-value assets. And the best definition, in my opinion, it's not surprising, comes from America's Cyber Defense Agency, CISA. And they define HVAs are those assets, federal information systems, information and data, for which an unauthorized access, use, disclosure, disruption, modification, or destruction could cause significant impact to the United States nation's security interests, foreign relations, economy, to the public confidence, civil liberties, or public health and safety of American people. Now this definition, I have it in the reference. I have an open link to the CIO.gov site. So you could replace whatever, being in Kenya, you could replace America with the word Kenya. Or I know there was someone here yesterday from Ghana. I see another person is here from Tel Aviv. So the idea here, though, is that it touches many, many areas. And so the definition by itself is not going to be very useful. But as you could see, the information systems and a key ingredient or the DNA of the HVA, over the identification of the HVA, would highlight three areas. Information value. Does that system, asset, has information value? Is the data needs to be protected? Is it, if that data was to go away, disappear, someone takes over it, what's the damage? And then the next thing is the mission essential. So mission essential functions, there are many different definitions for it, but mission essential functions, and there are other areas called PMAPs, but these are MAPs, PMAPs, those type of things are, from the United States perspective, are approved according to the national continuity policy. And so it's something that touches into the resilience, maintaining security in those aspects. So I think that's a key ingredient. So in this definition then, and the final one, I think the federal civilian enterprise essential is a designation by an authority that specifically says this is a critical system and has the backing to do it and the authority to designate it. But the definition then is more about making sure that for it to qualify as an HVA, it needs to meet at least two of these elements. So let me move, as I noted here from a United States example, the Department of Homeland Security, CISA, supports the federal civilian agencies in prioritizing and assessing HVAs. And so there is a lot of lessons learned from what has been done in that area. I suppose, in the East African region, some of you guys probably have some similar experience in this area that I would love to hear about. But what I want to quickly move is to this idea of what is the process of an HBA process that you would expect. So a lot of people think of, identification is very easy, mitigating is very easy, but there's a lot of planning and processes involved if you are the organization that is looking over, especially at the national level or the Homeland Security level for your country. There are many, many assets, many high-value assets, crown jewels. And so how do you go about prioritizing them to be secure? And so I think a key point here is that the steps to follow would include HV identification and prioritization, which by itself is a very long process. There is a policy that on top of this chart that I show that there are policies from OMB and other binding operational directives, but specifically there's a BOD 1806 spells out the process to follow for the first step there. And it's a process of identification, selecting, ranking, and stacking to see which are the most highest systems that needs to be secured. And the next step then is just the whole pre-assessment, meaning at this point, you've been selected to be assessed. In the United States government, typically the clients that I've worked with, they don't like to use the word audit. So basically, it's a joint assessment of the critical asset that is involved, and there would be some type of preparation that would happen, and based on that preparation, then there would be a review that would be done, and basically an assessment. The assessment is followed by a remediation plan, and then one that I threw in is once the assessments come back, there is a level of analysis that could be made not just at the highest level, meaning like system A and how's it doing, but there's also if the authority is in charge of multiple systems, if there are, let's say, 1,000 systems, if there are whatever the number is, if you can imagine, there's a lot of data. And so there is a lot of data analytics that would be needed, skilled workforce with, natural language and other AI capabilities, clustering, those type of things would be something that could be leveraged. So those are some of the capabilities that the workforce could put their efforts to. And in terms of enabling services, to do this in a way that the policies that are set out are implemented and done accordingly, it would require engagement. And the engagement could be at a working group level. It could be, meaning it could be across multiple stakeholders, multiple agencies participating together to make that happen. Basically, working directly with the different department agencies is recommended. So let me just, before I conclude, just have just a slide on opportunities that I see from in the area of high value assets. Generally speaking, the federal government, or in this case, we could even include the Department of Defense or the equivalent of any country, require private government organizations need a teaming partner. And because depending on how many systems we're talking about, the amount of work is pretty broad, and you want to be able to bring in some private sector organizations with skills in this area. So there are trainings that are available to qualify cybersecurity companies to become quote-unquote certified in being able to conduct HVS assessments, and that's available out in the internet. But obviously, some of this may not be 100% transferable. The experience I'm talking about, it's more from the U.S. experience. But there could be some best practices that could be taken. Additional differentiators is if your experience goes beyond, looking at remediations, risk management, plan of action and milestones, that is a plus. And then being able to collaborate with partners to address the full suite of items in the whole IT and OT area. and experience with the architecture of HVA systems. And so appreciate the opportunity to be able to talk to you and share and highlight the importance of improving policies and the importance of HVA, how to secure them, and provide awareness of what HVAs are within your company or in general. I thank you for the opportunity.
Wow, so I think we can see that most of the speakers coming up here, they can't fail to mention artificial intelligence, which means you don't need to be so much technical and understand softwares or development or coding for you to even work out on a model. Well, if you're not interested in artificial intelligence, I think it would be fair for me to tell you that the only thing you're supposed to think of is that you will be replaced. Because let me quote somebody who said, AI is not going to replace human beings, but people with AI are going to replace people without AI. So it is on a very high note that at least all of us should be aware of what artificial intelligence is and how to work around it. Because basically, artificial intelligence is the ability to be able to create machines or have machines that either have the intelligence of a human being or more than that. As Dr. Miriti was presenting before, he happened to mention an accuracy of 96%. Recently, I was creating a model as CyberPro. We were creating a model to be able to predict cybersecurity incidents with machine learning, and it hit only 90, and we were very happy of the accuracy. But from the look of things, I think we need to do better. So I'll come back to you, Dr. Miriti, later on for that. Ladies and gentlemen, there is another speaker, a well-renowned guy in the industry that I want you to help me introduce. This gentleman is a solution architect in a company called Gulf IT in the Sub-Saharan Africa with over 10 years of experience on advanced enterprise security solution from top vendors on NGFW, SD-WAN, SIM, PAN, security validation, API security, data privacy and classification, patch solution, both on the partner and distribution space. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Mr. Owino Derrick. See the way he walks, you can tell where he comes from.
All protocols observed. Once again, good morning. And to the Super MC, you already make me feel like a professor. So as we wait, the slides are already up, thank you. So my name is Derrick Owino. I've been in the industry. I see some people we've worked with in different capacities. And there's this topic that we've been talking today. And to the first speaker, again, Dr. Hari, thank you very much. You touched points that would be part of the solution I'm going to talk about today. And thank you very much. So security in depth is not only about how do we secure it. So we have different institutions. We have your Gartners will be telling you about your Fabric today. They'll be telling you about thousands of solutions. Again, the first problem was, do they integrate together? Yes. We can now integrate them together. Can they work together? Yes. Now the next question comes, do you even know if they're working? So then comes the topic that I'm going to talk about today, which is security validation. So the solution I'm going to present today is called Pentera, which is one of our core products. And Pentera is an automated security validation. I don't want to call it a pen tester or whatever you call it. So you'll see the differences, why I'm not calling it a pen test solution. It's a security validation solution. So just give a brief history about Pentera. Pentera is not a very old technology. I call it a Gen Z, so we solve the old problems. So Pentera was founded in the year 2015, and as you can see, Pentera today has already over 400 employees. And these 400 employees are, being a core tech company, these are guys that sit with you. We actually make sure we design these solutions with you and just make sure you get value for your money. So straight away you can see we have like your Blackstones already. We are talking about in trillions of dollar companies already investing in the technology. And we already passed $100+ million in terms of funding. So when I go to the verticals, you see Pentera is in every vertical. Every person that has any technology needs validation. But then how do we do our validation? We do pen tests. And we'll see why the difference. Why do we need an automated security validation tool? So I'll not really dwell on that. And these are some of our key customers. Sorry, I didn't. Some of our key customers. You can see here we have your Toyotas, your Deloitte, your SolarWinds, and you can even see the technology companies today are investing in the technology. So I'll not really dwell in the customer space. I need us to see the value of the product, and you need to be part of the customer journey that we'll have. So what problems do we solve? We're going to validate your environment, your firewalls, anything that has an IP address, in your physical environment, public-facing environment. But then how? So I have screen grabs that I'm going to show you in each and every category. How do we do the scans? How do we validate the environment that we have in your solution? So you'll see today you'll have your endpoint securities, you'll have your EDRs, your XDRs, you have your SIEM, you have your SOAR, name it, you have your remote access, you have your firewalls. But then the next question is, what if somebody was to get into your environment? Do you even, are you even worried of the ifs? Because it's just a matter of some time that they will come into your environment. Again, gone are the days where only the BFSIs, that is the banking, finance, and circles, where we only see in terms of attacks. And again, some of you will tell me even universities have been attacked, and we saw that in the previous few months or quarters. But then they also do validation. But how do they do validation? You do a pen test. But what is a pen test? So you're going to come to environment today, quarterly, maybe yearly, maybe you don't have budgets. So it will be like that joke that I always have, that we even validate the amount of fish, for example, that we have. What about your environment? Okay? So straight away, I'll dive into the technology. So this is just a highlight of, in terms of vulnerabilities that we have yearly. So we have at least 15,000 vulnerabilities that we have every year. But you see, the year might start in August, it can start in October. You might have done your pen test previous years, a few months ago. But what about the new threats that you have in your environment? Now, this is the funny part. Only 5% of the exploits are actively used by the attackers. So just imagine out of 15,000, 5%, mathematicians in the room, I'm sure you already did that. Now, only 1% of the security vulnerabilities are actively exploited by ransomware groups. So just to give a brief highlight, so ransomware is part of the zero-day threats that we have in your environment. And this is key. So we say ransomware, we don't even say zero-day threats, because that is the language we understand. So basically, firewalls and all your security tools, how they work is very simple. They work against signatures. But what about their non-signatures? That's why we call them zero-day threats. And we'll see how do we mitigate those with Pentera. So just to be clear again, the topic is security in depth. And remember, Pentera is not a security tool. Pentera validates the security that you have in your environment. And we'll see why do you need to validate, and at times you need to buy technology? So we have three main solutions. So one is the Pentera Core, Pentera Cloud, and Surface. So what is Pentera Core? So Pentera Core, we have a solution where we're going to validate each and every thing that has an IP address. We call them assets that you have in your environment. So these would be virtual environment. These would be your physical servers, you name it, your IP, your printers, anything that has an IP address. So anything that has an IP address is exploitable. And we'll come again to the IoT, which the presenter that we had yesterday talked about it. How do we mitigate the threats of the IoT and the OT devices? So then we have the cloud. So Pentera Cloud basically does each and every thing that you have with the core. So like the core is going to scan your environment, show you the vulnerabilities that I'm going to go to the next few slides to show you a simple scan, how we have something called a lateral movement and a kill chain. Then we have Surface. So Surface is not very new, and some of the technologies are also doing it. So in Pentera Surface, basically, we're going to protect, or rather scan and give you vulnerabilities of any public-facing IPs that you have, where we just need your domain. So once we're going to have the domain in the platform, we're going to start active scan. We're going to look for compromised credentials from whatever web we have. Some call it dark web, name it. So all these three solutions have different modules. So we can see, like, one is called the credential exposure. So credentials have become a problem. I think if I can attest, 80% here they only know their Gmail password, where when you lose that device, it asks you for the second device to authenticate. But then how do you authenticate? Credentials are very dangerous to an extent where you're going to share your Netflix password to your friend, to your brother, because he's your brother. But you always forget the password you shared is what you use for backing up your contacts and everything. Think about it. It is the same password. But then, if you lose the password, if you lose data, how are you going to sue Netflix? No. So credentials are very key, and we're going to see how do we now use this module to mitigate those threats. So there's a ransomware ready module. So the ransomware module is where now we're going to look at how can we emulate a ransomware attack. So remember Pentera, as we're going to see, Pentera is works in your live environment in a safe way. It doesn't work in the test environment. We do not test your environment using a test server or whatever. So we're going to come to the environment, and remember Pentera is a software. Like for myself, I have it in a gaming laptop. You can always have it in a gaming laptop. You can have it in a server. So the reason I'm talking about a gaming laptop, because we need resources, and those resources we need some processors, the GPUs. So you can see for the cloud, we support AWS. We have Azure. So on the network side, we support your Linux, your Mac OS, and also your Windows platforms, which is the main OSs that we use in our environment today. So quickly, I'll dive into the interface. So this is a simple scan. So I'll come to your environment, for example. When we're doing this, when we're showcasing, we're doing something, a POV, a proof of value, or a POC, for example. I'll just basically come with the laptop in your environment. And remember, Pentera is agentless. You didn't need to install any agent in any of your endpoints or your devices. So from this scan is an example of one of the customers that we've deployed. So I just took a few screenshots. Do not mind if you see me graying out some of the areas. So this is something we call a kill chain. And remember, this is a user environment. So the user environment, we're just going to plug in Pentera. And again, Pentera's role is not to come and crack your passwords. We're just showing the power of Pentera. So once we scan your environment, it's going to show you, one, the leaked credentials, that is from the Pentera Surface. And now the beauty, we can now correlate what we have scanned from the Pentera Surface, which are leaked credentials on the dark web, in your internal environment too. So if you look at this kill attack chain, it's a very long, you can see the very many dotted from, it comes from a 1.0 up to by the time it emulates an attack. So just zoom it a bit. So you can see when you zoom it a bit, you can go to exact detail, and Pentera will tell you how did we get into environment? How did we get the password? For instance, in this example, a user was trying to log in via RDP. But what does RDP, when you're doing your remote desktop, do? You're going to enter your domain / your username and password. But what happens most of the time? We never forget our passwords, but we never know whether it's a /, it's a /, name it. But by the time your server will prompt you to log in, what do? You enter your password, say OK, then it will fail. Invalid username or password. But remember, you just entered the right password. So Pentera at this moment can see your password. It will act as a man in the middle. And we have mitigation threats. You can see, now we're going to see how Pentera will tell you how to set whatever server you have, not to have this kind of challenge. Now, Pentera doesn't stop there once it gets your password. And remember, it's not a brute force attack. Remember, we said we're doing this in a live environment in a safe way. So we're doing a reverse hash. So once we can see a hash, we'll do a reverse hash, and immediately we can see the password in clear text. But the Pentera doesn't end there. Now, the next thing Pentera will do, like a normal hacker, now remember when you're doing your settings for be it the Pentera Core or the Pentera Cloud, you can have these Pentera act as a very mature hacker or a very noisy hacker where they touch on everything and you see all your security tools will always be catching Pentera trying to do something. But when you have Pentera act very silently, it will be like this one hacker where once we get the password, what do we do next? And on this emulation, you can see the kill chain. It goes all the way until it emulates a ransomware attack. Now, Pentera doesn't end there. You need to know the fix, right? So remember, Pentera doesn't fix it, and Pentera wants to show you how to fix it. So on this screen grab again, you can see on the top right corner, there's a blue tab called Simulate Fix. So when you click on the Simulate Fix, it will give you a description. And remember, you can simulate a fix on any point. So for instance, you cannot simulate a fix maybe on point number 3, because maybe you need a WAF, a web application file, that you don't have. Or you need something on API security, like was presented yesterday with one of our speakers. And maybe you don't have. You can go above in the kill chain and see, what if I clicked on 8.8? Like what I'm saying, you see on the 8.8 where, maybe I'll just try and read it out from here. On the 8.8, it's where it's exploited a point nightmare CVE. So you can simulate a fix from that point, and straight away, you have click more down, way below down there. So once you click more, Pentera goes in depth, and you can see this is not from the web. Pentera is not loading this from your website, from any website or a public facing. Remember, this is internal, and this is Pentera database. And Pentera sends you updates, and it auto-updates just the same way it auto-validates. So just be sure you always have insight on how to do these settings. Now, Pentera doesn't end there. It even shows you screenshots on what you need to change on that server. So remember, Pentera is not changing this for you. And this is an automated scan. So you can have it weekly, you can have it daily, and you see it's bridging the gap between the red and the blue team. So what are we saying? Pentera is agentless, it is real. It acts like a real attacker in a safe way in the environment. So we're going to start from your network recon. We do the vulnerability assessment, what some people will call the pen test. We sniff the credentials, we crack the passwords, and again, remember, these are reverse hash, it's not a brute force attack. We do malware injection, we gather data, we do lateral movement like a normal hacker would do in your environment. We privilege escalate. So for example, on the first example that I just shown you, where Pentera comes into your environment, we got a password, leaked credential, we, based on somebody that was just trying to RDP a normal user, we look for this user. If it's not, the user doesn't have elevated rights, then straight away, we can use the same username and password to find a compromised credential which has elevation. So after we elevate, we can even delete the admin. And once we do all this, and you get your report, Pentera does a cleanup. So whatever Pentera did in your environment will be reversed, and we will still have a clean bill of health. So that is the point of the POV when you're doing a proof of value or a proof of concept. But remember, in your environment, this is something that you'll always be playing with your red team and your blue team. So just to wind up, as I wind up, you're going to get a detailed report from Pentera. So it will show you how many passwords were leaked, and it will show you in clear text. It can show you username and password. If you want that, you'll get that report with those username and passwords, both on the, so the Pentera Cloud and Surface would have the leaked credentials based on the environment. Then we'll have the Pentera Surface where we get it from the dark webs, and the cloud where your hackers sell your credentials. So again, remember Pentera does ethical exploits, and there's no simulations, just as a recap. And again, ongoing delivery of the latest top exploits. So when you have Pentera, you will always have an engineer assigned to you to always help you what to monitor and interpret some of the CVEs that maybe don't have a team to help you with that. And the next question comes, then how do we license? It is as simple as the number of IPs that you want to protect. So when we do a POV, a proof of concept with you, and directly we can know how many IP addresses. You can have your third-party tools that can help you with the scan. And style, again, you can start with the number of IP addresses, like maybe 1,000, 2,000, depends with what you have in the environment. So again, we talk good about ourselves, like every single person here, I'm sure, says the mother is the best in cooking some soft chapatis. But again, what about the third parties where we have the analysts, we have your Gartners, your Forrester Waves, and all that. So again, we lead in this space, so take your time, read the reports. If you need any information on Pentera, an in-depth presentation, you need to see this work in your environment, please always reach out to our partners, CyberPro, and we can always be very obliged to walk the journey with you. So I'm sure maybe questions will come later, so if you have, and that was my time. Thank you very much.
Wow, so I think, Derek, we need to add another D before your name, so that abbreviation of your name is DDO, Dr. Derek Owino. Guys, you're not getting the joke? All right, so in the interest of time, I want us to rush a little. I want to invite somebody who has traveled all the way to Kenya from Ghana, Mr. Kujo Theophilus, to have a speech from the Parliament of Ghana addressed to Cyber Week. We are Cyber Week, you and I, we are Cyber Week. So I will request him to take just 5 minutes if possible. It's not really his time to speak, but just to read the speech, and then we will go to the next speaker. Welcome, sir. Oh, you have it? Okay. Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay. Good morning, everyone. He didn't mention the name properly, so I will do it myself. So the name is Theophilus Kujo Lumo, from Ghana's Parliament. Thank you. I bring you warm greetings from the Speaker of Ghana's Parliament, Right Honorable Speaker Kingsford Bagbin, the Deputy Clerk, Divisional Head, Dr. and Mrs. Grasa Kukumawu, the Acting Director ICT, Mr. Leslie Nite Adiko, all of Parliament of Ghana. It's an honor to stand before you today to discuss critical topic that affect every aspect of our increasingly digital world, the cybersecurity workforce. As we dive into the complexities of this growing field, it's essential to understand the current trends, challenges, and opportunities shaping the cybersecurity industry. Cybersecurity state of the industry. The cybersecurity landscape is changing rapidly, with cyber attacks becoming more frequent, sophisticated, and damaging. Global cybercrime costs are projected to reach 10.5 trillion annually by 2025, affecting every industry from finance to healthcare. The alarming statistics highlight the urgent need for a well-equipped cybersecurity workforce to protect critical infrastructures. Despite the growing need for security professionals, the industry faces a massive talent shortage in 2023. There were an estimated 3.5 million unfilled cybersecurity jobs worldwide, with demand driven by rapid business digitalization, cloud adoption, and stricter data privacy regulations. Cybersecurity requires a broad range of expertise, and the following roles are essential to maintaining the secure digital environment. Security analyst, responsible for monitoring and responding to security incidents. Ethical hackers, pen testers, tasked with identifying and exploiting vulnerabilities to help strengthen systems. Cloud security engineers, ensure the safety of cloud infrastructure. Threat intelligence analysts, analyze and anticipate emerging threats. Incident response, act quickly to contain and minimize and damage caused by cyber attacks. Emerging roles like AI security specialists and DevSecOps engineers highlight the need for new skills in cybersecurity, integrate deeper into advanced technologies and development practices. Challenges in the cybersecurity workforce. Despite the high demand of professionals, the cybersecurity industry faces several challenges. One, skill gap. There is a clear gap between the demand of cybersecurity expertise and the availability of trained professionals. Graduates often lack hands-on experience, and certifications are critical to advanced roles. Diversity shortfalls. Women make up only about 24% of global cybersecurity workforce, and regional disparities in talent distribution exacerbate the shortage. Continuous learning. Cybersecurity professionals must stay updated on the latest threats and evolving technologies, requiring continuous learning and adaptability. Education, training pathways. There are various pathways for entering cybersecurity field. Traditional education. Degrees in information security, cyber computer science, and network engineering form the foundation. Certifications such as CEH, Certified Ethical Hacker, Certified Information System Security Professional, CISSP, Cisco certifications, CyberOps, Associate validate advanced skill sets. Pathways. Boot camps and online courses offer intensive hands-on training. Internship and apprenticeship provides practical experience and network opportunities essential for bridging the gap between education and real-world application. Addressing the skill gap required for strategic effort. Upskilling programs. Many organizations are investing in in-house training and scholarship programs to help their employees stay up to date. Mentorship and community engagement. Mentorship programs can guide new entrants into the field, while participations in cybersecurity competitions and open source projects helps develop practical skills. Automations and AI integrations. While AI can automate routine tasks, human expertise will remain vital for strategy, risk management, and critical decision making. Future of cybersecurity workforce. Looking ahead, several factors will shape the future of cybersecurity workforce. AI and automation. These technologies will enhance efficiency but won't replace the need for human critical thinking and strategic insight. Global collaboration. Cyber threats are global, requiring cybersecurity professionals to work across borders, time zones, and industries, as we are doing here today. Call to action. To ensure we build a robust cybersecurity workforce, we all have a role to play. Industry leaders, invest in continuous education, foster diversity, and create a culture of inclusion. Aspiring cybersecurity professionals, take advantage of hands-on learning, seek mentorship, and remain adaptable as the landscape evolves. Educational institution, cooperate with industry experts and ensure curricula remain relevant and align with latest technologies and threats. As I bring my presentation to a conclusion, cyber threats continue to rise. Cybersecurity workforce must evolve to make these challenges. By fostering education, collaboration, and diversity, we can build a resilient, adaptive, and well-prepared cybersecurity industry. The future of our digital world depends on the strength and adaptability of this workforce, and together we can safeguard it. Cybersecurity and challenges are dynamic and ever-evolving, requiring constant attention, research, and discussion among experts like we are here today. I highly commend the organizers of this forum and look forward to many more such discussions in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Parliament of Ghana, for the message. The message is well received. And I'm sorry for calling your name in a wrong way, but that is how I've pronounced it in Kenya. All right, Sindio guys. All right, so I'm going to take only 2 questions, and then the other questions we can do them later on because we are a little bit out of the time. That is in case we do have a question. Please, let's have a mic here. 1, 2, okay. Mic? Okay. So only 2 questions. Wow, I'm looking at the schedule that we have today and I can only see richness in knowledge and wisdom. And please remind me to tell you why I've said richness by welcoming the next speaker who will be coming on stage. Yeah, first one.
A question to Dr. Miriti, and borrowing from what Derek has presented, indicating that around 15,000 vulnerability experienced every year. So when you have models, AI models, do you retrain these particular models again so that you'll be able to capture the ever-evolving cybersecurity threats? Because if you retrain the model using maybe data that was maybe several years back, and new vulnerability are increasing, will that model be effective? And the other question is to Derek about Pentera. I would want to know about how it deals with zero-day vulnerability when you're doing validation, and what's the difference between that and XDR and NDR that are able to both validate your threats and as well as address them. Because why would you tell me about the problem I'm having and you're not helping me to resolve that particular problem unless you're an auditor, so to speak? So I'd want those 2 questions to be addressed by Derek.
Are you sure you're in the health sector? All right, that is IT. Yes, I think we will start with the Please, Dr. Miriti and then Derek.
Thank you, Dr. Kamau. As you know, yeah, there's something called concept drift, where the concepts that a model was trained on are no longer valid or are no longer applicable. So, of course, you have to retrain. The question is, where do you get new data? The new data, you can get it, first of all, we can have collaborations where people share data, but you can also have it from anomaly detection. The reason we talk of anomaly detection being one of the techniques is because it's supposed to detect any new techniques that, or any new threats or emerging patterns that may not have been captured in your previous solutions. So these are emerging patterns. Then you are supposed to decide if they represent new or emerging threats. And this you can add them to your training data. So definitely you need to be retraining, which means that you have to have continuous improvement, as was said earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that. Derek? Can we please have another microphone there?
Thank you. So, like what just happened is an anomaly. It might be a zero-day threat. We didn't know the mic would not work. But now the question is, how would you know? So, if you look at Pantera today, just to clarify, Pantera is not a security tool. It's a security validation tool. So, the zero-day, look at Pantera as the zero-day threat. Look at Pantera as the one testing environment. So you have your XDRs, your EDRs, and your firewalls. But the next question is, how do you know when an attacker will come into your environment? Where are you vulnerable? So if you talk about the zero-day threat, we'll act as a red team in your environment, and we're going to put your environment into test. So I don't know if that answers the question.
Okay, thank you so much, Derek, for responding to that. Now, in the interest of time, I want us to go to the next speaker, but in case you have all the questions, just have them with you. We will be able to have another session for Q&A, and I'm sure the speakers will still be around. So, ladies and gentlemen, remember I told you to remind me why I said richness. So, I'll not say the name. I will start by... he is the Deputy Director, Cybersecurity, that is the CISO at the Central Bank of Kenya. Yeah, you remember richness. He was previously the head of cybersecurity at Safaricom PLC, and prior to that, he held various leadership roles within cybersecurity in the same company for over 12 years. He's a seasoned IT leader with a wealth of experience in providing thought leadership in cybersecurity risk management through strategic thinking and decision making. He oversees the cybersecurity division and plays a lead role in the delivery of the bank's cybersecurity strategy while driving the operational capabilities to protect the Central Bank of Kenya. Now I have to say the name. James Yogo combines strong organizational management and leadership skills with a high degree of technical knowledge and hands-on information security experience. He holds a master's degree in computer science, of course, from the University of Nairobi, and has several professional certifications and currently a PhD student at JKUAT. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome James Yogo.
Thanks, Dunstan. And with all protocols observed, morning, everyone. Yes, so we'll just quickly start. I think they were testing my BCP, and I can tell you I was ready. I was just counting on my SLA. Then I kickstart the discussion without that, but thanks to the team. All right, so today we'll quickly just get to tackle a bit on cybersecurity risk management. And I know within the room I have the academia. I have Dr. Meriti, who was my lecturer at Nairobi University. Thanks so much, Dr. I would like to inform you that I'm right behind you, closely following in your footsteps. Yeah, and sooner or later, we'll be there, right? But today, I think my presentation is more inclined towards industry. If only I knew there was a bit around academia, then I would have spent a bit of my slides. I would have presented a milestone here, just for me to see if that will help me move to the next level, right? Otherwise, thanks, team. So let me just remind you, I don't know how many of us within the room remember this bout. Thank you. The reason why I choose on this specific bout, right, is that it was the most paid bouts in history. And as he said, the contestants here are Mayweather versus money, right? It was a serious one for those who watched, right? And we are saying from statistics that one of the fighters here was an offensive monster, right? And destroyed legions, right? And others, and the other was a defensive genius and ended his career undefeated, right? We are again reminded that Mayweather, for that specific bout, right, landed 34% of his total punches versus 18% for money, right? We are told, right, that his power shots were less frequent but very effective, right? Reason for that is that he ducked and dodged everyone who posed a serious threat to him, right? That was Mayweather, 50-0, right? So one of the things we pick from that, as we speak, when we look at the wider cybersecurity landscape, right, and digitization or digital transformation, right, from where we sit as cyber specialists, it's more or less a cat and mouse game. It's more or less a cat and mouse game. The reason we are saying that digital disruption is like cyber attacks are real and expect a smack on your face anytime, right? Just to remind us, of course, the history of the internet, which forms the baseline and the whole framework around all these digitization journeys and concepts we are talking about, right? Of course, we had Web 0, 1.0 into what we are currently calling Web 5.0, which brings in aspects around metaverse, 3D, a lot of use of AI, name it, right? So there has been milestones, there has been evolution of technologies, and today we are where we are because of all this. Now, just a bit of statistics and facts, right? Just a bit of statistics and facts. I think I have the advantage of coming for the first time today. So I'm not so much aware of what you've covered, but let's just cover this, right? Today we are talking about 8 billion users across the world, right? Out of the 8 billion, we have 5.6, right, with mobile phones, right? Then we have around 5.3 with smartphones. That's a big percentage. Let me just come down to the lower statistics. So you are seeing growth. The digital growth in population year on is 0.9. That's close to 1%. But then look at that statistic, the next one, right? Where we are saying that for subscribers, mobile subscribers, the increase year on is approximately plus 2.5, which is big. So it's a matter of time before that catches up with the population, right? So in as much as today we are talking about, that's close to 60% thereabout, right? In the nearest future, that gap will be close to near 90%, right? And that is big. To your right, again, you're seeing statistics. I think of importance to me is the one that is showing the number of created and removed fake accounts, right, for Facebook every 1 minute. That is big. That number is big. So that tells you that out there are people who are busy, not with the right stuff, but with the wrong stuff. Okay? Now, 3 main technologies that actually have catapulted digital transformation are these. The main technologies that have catapulted digital technologies are the social bit, right? Social media, the aspect around mobility, the aspect around big data and analytics, which is powered by AI, machine learning, which has been talked about here, right? Internet of Things, those are big, big areas around technology. And to an extent, when you look at them, those are the main components that have actually accelerated digital transformation to where it is today, right? And key drivers being user needs, right? Key drivers being internet acceleration, key drivers being the mobility or the mobile device availability and affordability. So that has been big, right? Just to take this specific, the social media aspect alone, right? Today we are told that the average amount of time people spend on the internet, right, is 2 hours, 20 minutes, thereabout, on the average per day. And these statistics are from statistica.com. And it's a research environment or academia, so reference is important, right? And Facebook logins every minute is close to 1 million, right? And still we are being told that Facebook is the greatest, right, world's most popular media owner without any content. Those are big stats as we speak. And of course we are told that what happens in Las Vegas, what happens in Nairobi, right, remains where? Social media. Could be Facebook, could be Twitter, wherever. That's big. Another important and interesting one is that in 1 of 3 marriages, right, a big percentage, the first encounter was on social media, right? The first contact, I can see some of us smiling. True or false, right? Let's be free. Yeah, that's a big one. So much to the Gen Z, and even other generations as well. And that is important. Social media is key, right? Most of the purchases online are influenced, right? Are influenced by what your counterparts do. Today, if I see Dunstan, for example, get to buy something online, for sure I'll get that confidence, and I'll go for the same, right? So the aspect around social media is big, and it has driven us to where we are today with digital transformation. Mobile, very important. For some of us who work, right, it's approvals on the go, right? It's work while you're on bed, right? It's work while you're on holiday, right? So that is big as well. And one of the key strategies that is leading this, because of user requirements, because of user journeys, right, we get to adopt mobile-first strategy for most of the apps that we get to have. To make it easier for that user, from wherever he is, he should be in a position to push business. He should be in a position to work. If it's a class assignment, that student should be in a position to continue and go ahead. All right? Then we have big data and AI, right, which I think has been spoken about. It's a big area. AI for good, AI for bad, big, big area, right? But the for good aspect is big because it propels analytics, right? It gives us that ability to get to have better decision making because of the reports, because of the insights, and so on and so forth. And this remains big. It's being said that at the beginning of 2020, the number of data bytes in the digital universe, right, was 40 times bigger than the number of stars in the observable universe. Quote again from World Economic Forum. All right? Then we have the other big one, which is cloud. Whether multi-cloud, whether single cloud, it's big, right? And for sure it has brought stability. to some of the key services that we have, right? It has brought a lot of stability. Whether cheap or not is a discussion for another day. But it has brought a lot of stability and efficiency on how businesses do work, right? And we're being told, of course, that 82% are adopting hybrid for reasons that we may be aware of, right? And of course, key concerns around cloud, even internally within Kenya, is on privacy and data protection. That is big. It gets to help you determine how easy it is for you to move from your on-prem to the cloud. More so when you're talking about PII. At what point do you get the go-ahead, right? Or do you get to comply to the local regulations? So much for this country, and even GDPR as well, for those who are touched. All right, Internet of Things sounds new, but not new. It has been there with us, right? Since 1982. Coca-Cola did the first POCs, or proof of concept, very many years ago, right? But today, as we speak, it's driving quite a number of use cases. And some of them you can see down there, right? Smart homes, right? Smart retailing, smart supply chain, etc. All right? So with all this, right, what we are seeing is an increased digital attack surface. An increased digital attack surface. In as much as today we can approve on the go. In as much as today you can transact M-Pesa from wherever you are. You can pay your bills very early in the morning. You can pay your bills from wherever. You can pay an hostel bill right in the county from wherever you are, across the world. There are disadvantages to that. And that is what we are talking about today in terms of digital attack surface. And we are seeing, of course, when you talk about cyber, I don't know whether this had been cited before, but this is something that, to an extent, we saw crystallizing around 1971, right? And we are talking about the Creeper, right? Developed in a lab, an educational lab like this, to an extent, right? So the guy did a very nice program that could actually get to replicate itself within the mainframes and leave a trail across, right? His colleagues, seeing a very interesting pattern, said, hey, let me do something as well, right? So he went ahead to create another program that could actually look for lack of a better word, right? The creeper, and wipe off, right? Or disable capabilities around moving from one mainframe to the other. And that was the first antivirus, around 1971 thereabout. But today, as we speak, a lot has happened. We've seen quite a number of milestones across, right? I know a lot has been mentioned here, but just to highlight, as we speak, of course, when you look at that scale, the sophistication level is growing higher by the day, right? The targeted assets or crown jewels, I know Professor talked about the same earlier, is also increasing, largely because of what I've spoken about, right? So we are seeing all that, right? Quite a number of 0 days has been mentioned earlier. Quite a number of APTs every now and again. We're seeing tens, right? Tens of ransomware every other minute, which is big and looks scary, right? Which is big and looks scary. I know some of us really are well aware of what is happening and are doing something. The reason that we just need to crystallize and get the best out of what we are doing. In terms of impact around cyber, has been big as well and continues to be big. First, of course, you expect direct costs, right? So in a case of a cyber incident, expect to pay that for professional services for investigations, right? If not to an external party, then it's your team spending time. And that is money, right? That is money. And I have examples there. Regulatory sanctions. I know in Kenya we have, I am seeing my good friend from NC4 here as well, Daktari. I guess we'll be talking about it. But when you talk about compliance as well, right? What is it that is required of you in a case of an incident, right? So there are aspects around regulations. Sanctions may come into place because of this as well, right? And that is big. And of course, there's the aspect of loss of revenue for businesses that deal with money, right? We have indirect costs as well. Increased cyber insurance. In case you are on an insurance, just like any other insurance type, right? In case of an incident around cyber, the expectation is that in the next renewal, that should go high, right? Because you're vulnerable, you are exposed, and you have to get to counter that before that comes down. Customer fraud, another big one. Yeah? Class action lawsuit is another big one as well. But then we are also talking about intangible costs. Damage to brand is big. We've seen executive transitions before. And most of us are aware that today the person accountable around this, right, is the board and management. We've seen such happen, executive transitions. A good example is the Equifax one a few years ago, right? Merger values go down, right? So the brand beat is big. And just for me to quickly close on that. Now, for us to close in, for us to really get to close in, resilience is needed, right? And for us to bring the aspect of resilience, just key concepts or key areas that should be key to us. The first is on governance, right? Getting management approvals, getting management buy-ins, having the right policies, having the right structures in place is big, right? All right? But even as we do that, there is need that you align to business needs. The second bit is risk assessments. Analyze these risks, analyze these threats. Out of that, do a proper plan of how to mitigate. But then again, another key concept that needs to be taken care of is integrating security with resilience, right from a process perspective, technology, and people. And so might the people bit, very important, right? You can do everything you can with money. Buy all the technologies you can. I know one of us talked about defense in depth earlier. Buy all the technologies you can. The board can approve the money, right? But if you don't work on the people, then that remains a very, very big loophole. Okay. Then skill set, more so around the technologies we have all talked about, is important. Because again, you cannot get to protect what you have no idea about, right? You have to get some tips around the latest. For you to protect API security, as an example, you have to know what API is and what it does. For you to protect big data or a data lake, you have to appreciate the concepts around big data and data analytics as well, right? Then the other big bit is readiness and flexibility. And that is the biggest. You have to be cyber ready, right? Your hygiene has to be proper. The same way every other morning you brush your shoes, you get to brush your teeth, you get to shower or freshen up. It's the same way we need to handle the cyberspace as well, right? So that is important. Incident response plan. Again, it said that for most institutions, it's just about time, right? So what you're doing about your management around cybersecurity incidents is big. So you need to have the right incident response plans, and not just having them, but testing them regularly to ensure that each and every person or stakeholder within that institution, right, is well appraised and knows his responsibility in case of a cyber incident. Then cyber assurance is very big as well, because again, from a level perspective, you can only get to fully counter cyber threats when you kind of take a three-tier model of sorts. So you have the cybersecurity teams taking in level 1, right? Then you have the risk management team coming at level 2. Then you have the third level by internal audit, which can play into external audits, which can also play into third party or independent audits, just to give you that fourth, fifth level of assurance around your deployments. Okay? Then intelligence around cyber is another big one, right? You cannot protect what you do not know. You have to get to know that there is a loophole within that crown jewel, right, that was talked about earlier. You have to get to know that there is a loophole on that externally facing service that you sell to your customers for you to have the right detective, right, and preventive controls as well. All right? And even as you do that, collaboration is key with industry. But even from a person perspective, it is important that you employ what I talked about earlier, cyber hygiene. Protect yourself right from social media. Do not share the data that you wouldn't want to see out there to the public or to social media. And just ensure that the basics are kept as basics, right? Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you so much, JY, for that. His close friends call him JY. So please allow me to call you JY for the amazing presentation. Now, I want us to have one more item, and then we can break for tea, just one more, in the interest of time. I would like us to have a panel discussion on cybersecurity industry workforce. And the panelists, we have Mr. Patrick Keegan from the judiciary. Please welcome to the stage. We have James Yogo, of course, karibu for the panel. We have Dr. Tamrat, please welcome for the panel. Mr. Wanjala Bairam, if you're around, please welcome to the stage. We have got, now I'm afraid of calling that name, the Parliament of Ghana. Please welcome to the stage. Derek, DDO, I'm manifesting for you. Mr. Wino Derek, please welcome to the stage. And finally, we have Dr. David Njoga. Please welcome to the panel discussion. And last but not least, I want to welcome the moderator for that session, Mr. Mwendo Benjamin. This is the last item, guys. Then we break for tea. Microphones?
Can we please have microphones for the panelists? Thank you very much. Cybersecurity industry workforce is actually the theme of our conference. And today we are glad to have all this talent from academia, industry, and government. We have students and lecturers and teachers. We have people who are not trained on cybersecurity, people who do not understand what is this cybersecurity we are talking about. The workforce. What is the workforce? Cybersecurity workforce. Now, I have a couple of questions which each speaker, it's an open mic. It's not, they are not technical. We just need to understand how we train, who gets trained, what they do, what is the responsibility of the industry, what is the responsibility of government, what is the responsibility of the industry in terms of industry workforce. And just to run through, what are cybersecurity jobs? Other question number one. Briefly, we'll go through them. And then there is cybersecurity can be difficult to teach in a classroom. How do we teach cybersecurity? We'll begin with our friend from Ghana.
Thank you very much. I think that to understand the cybersecurity, you first need to understand the space you operate, the security that required you to get the space secured. If you have these focal points in mind, you will understand what the cybersecurity is. And then the training. There are a lot of courses out there. It depends on your interest first and what you intend to learn. if you look at cybersecurity today, we have a lot of people doing so many things, dependent on the interest you have, the background you have, and then the understanding. If you are into network security, there is an aspect for you to venture. If you're into application, there's an aspect for you to venture in terms of cybersecurity. So you can't have one person doing a whole lot for himself. You have to define your role, define your specialization, and then you build a skill set on it. Thank you.
So, morning once again. So, on this question is a bit tricky, and I have different opinions on how to just answer this. So, one, if you're asking about how to train and what kind of, looks like what kind of a course you should be doing. So, one is training is broad. We do trainings, again, as vendors, as partners, as technology partners. We have institutions that do these trainings. We have them locally, some needs to be done internationally. Again, we have on the go where you invest in a technology, you do the in-house training, then straight away you can come up to speed. Now, coming to that, that is always of interest to me has been, how do you advise somebody? I've got this question many times. My son needs to do IT, what should they do? So honestly, I would say our universities and learning institutions, thanks to Nairobi universities and all the mainstream universities that we have in the region. So they're now introducing a few curriculums like certification courses, which again, it doesn't end there. Like today, I will not say there's anybody in this room that would say they were born a security engineer. That would be a lie. So either you are the best networking guy then, or you are sacrificed by your company to do this so-called security job. Some, we would call ourselves security engineers, and the more you think you know, actually you notice you know nothing. So I'll always say, first of all, they have to pass through the learning institutions, have the common knowledge, know your ports, know the general security. And slowly by slowly, you can now then understand what you like. Some people would go into applications, some people would go into networking, which definitely security will be unavoidable. And gone are the days where I get calls from home. You're in IT, they send me a phone that is broken. Myself, I have a broken phone. So yeah, so I think it's a wide topic, and as we go step by step, we always need to have more of these forums, thanks to CyberPro. So this kind of forums is where they need to get the directions, the kind of vendors that we like. Thank you.
Okay, if I would give my voice to this discussion, I would slightly give a divergent opinion to what has been presented by the first two colleagues. I look at cybersecurity training slightly different. One, it is really understanding the technology platforms that are used to manage that information. Okay, so it is part of that, that initiative to understand the technology platforms, but also the business space which that technology is trying to enhance its business processes. From my experience of training in cybersecurity, I look at it as more of a personal calling, drive, passion, determination to pursue a career or practice in cybersecurity. And above all, from where I sit, the towers of security, with the bird's eye view, we look at it that one more thing that needs to be blended, and that should come first, is ethics. In the national context, we talk about patriotism, because understanding and being able to use the technologies in itself is a good thing, but then the correct use of the technologies, of the tools, and so on, that is where we differentiate between a cybersecurity person and a cyber criminal. So then I look at that that requirement to build what we call cyber warriors, those who are really up to the mission of being in the business of cybersecurity, that is protecting national cyberspace, to be those people who really have some mastery of technology, some mastery of business, as well as embedment with the required ethics and patriotism to protect the businesses if they are private businesses, or to protect the nation if they are really alive to the fact that cybersecurity is national security. So again, I don't prescribe to a formal curriculum in terms of achieving the skills required to be in cybersecurity space. If you look at some of the most renowned hackers globally, very few of them have gone to class to study cybersecurity, to study technology, because a lot of these things are self-taught. There are a lot of tools available in the industry that can really support those practices. So I think it's a multi-pronged approach to build a skill force that is ready for the mission of protection of the cyberspace. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just by extension to talk about cybersecurity training, I think having practical simulations and also lab exercises would really contribute a lot towards learning in cybersecurity. And not only that, also programs such as this one, conferences and even mentorship programs are very important for learning, and not just in a classroom setup, but also having different activities, like even having drills, just the same way we do fire drills. We could have fire drills on cybersecurity practices, which would go a long way in actually training people. And also other activities like capture the flag, or even hackathons on cybersecurity would really contribute a lot to cybersecurity training. Thank you.
Without belaboring any points, I would wish that, because today when you look at the curriculum, say for universities, I think there needs to be more alignment for us to get to update it to reflect what is happening currently. Of course, we appreciate some of the base units as an example, but I think there's room for alignment so much when it comes to what's happening in industry. That's one. But then secondly, when you talk about data sets, I know that's a big, big one, right? When you look at countries like Israel, for example, right? The universities that they have actually have tried so much to ensure that data for research is available. One of the biggest issues we have currently is on data set around security, right? For you to get the appropriate data for your models is a big one, right? And of course, those which are publicly available, but you may want customized data to answer to different use cases. So that is an area that I think will actually get to enhance our learning. Because what we are seeing, still case in point, Israel as a case in point, most of the research items, even from undergrad or masters, are propelled to industry. And that's the reason why, even early 2020s, you could see, or around 2018 thereabout, in terms of startups, right? In terms of startups, when you looked at the NASDAQ stock exchange, Israel was high up. Why? Because some of the items, some of the research items that students get to initiate are propelled, right, and pushed to the industry. And that's a big one. So those three key points to me, I think, is big around learning. Thank you.
So without being too repetitive, I think from cybersecurity, from a workforce perspective, the way I see it is, first of all, the mindset of the cybersecurity engineer, or it could be the architect, whatever that may be. The mindset is very important. The mindset. I know we're all in the area of cybersecurity talk about how we're securing things and we're limiting access and whatnot. But really, when you look at it from a broader picture, think of digital transformation across an organization, across the enterprise, and then you could also go across government and whatnot. Cybersecurity needs to be an enabling force. It needs to be secure, but it needs to also enable the right systems to, function, the right people to work and be productive. So I think that's one area that, from a workforce perspective, that someone, we need to look at. But broadly speaking, I think a multidisciplinary approach, I think, is becoming very important. Now, I come more from the United States, so what I'm seeing is that, the person who is in the field may also be dealing with data analytics, maybe also dealing with, programming, be able to understand, machine learning techniques, to be able to analyze, get insight from the data. So I think I'm more of a, let's take a multidisciplinary approach. I think from a training perspective, certainly the memberships, conferences like this, as well as I think, we had speakers, the leadership yesterday from ISACA and the Kenyan chapter, and the actual certifications, I think, take people the long way. But ultimately, I think organizations, government and private sector, we need to be able to find a way to get people involved early, workforce involved early to participate and get their hands dirty, so to speak.
Thank you. We are going to get 3 questions from the audience. And any panelist can be able to answer any of the burning questions. Yeah, that number 1. Number 2. Number 3. Okay, I will add 2 more. You spoke. I'll pick the other one behind you, was not spoken, and yes, sir. I will still get back to you. Please, panelists, just listen to the questions, and anyone can respond to the concerns or questions.
My understanding of the cybersecurity is that it entails technology, processes, and people. And what is coming out from this discussion is that we put too much emphasis on processes and technology, leaving the people. I understand that the people is actually the weakest link in all this. So what is the academia, the government, and the industry doing to address this issue? Because we need to bolster the human firewall as well. Thank you.
Next question. Yeah, here. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much, moderator. My name is Samuel Obiero, and my question goes specifically to the speaker from Central Bank. One thing that has come out from this conference is skill gap and skill flight. So would you share with us what Central Bank is doing to ensure that potential cybersecurity experts are trained and retained? Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Francis Mwangi from Kemri. And my question would be, should we be completely irrational in regards to cybersecurity to avoid being predictable? For instance, should we open source threat hunting? And should we crowdsource it and open source it in such a manner that every student from junior high school all the way to PhD, they will not be prosecuted for any vulnerabilities, and in case they went ahead for each vulnerability and documented how to exploit it, could that go into a database, for example, for the NC4, such that you have the vulnerabilities and you have a documented exposure, and you will not prosecute those individuals? Thank you.
Next one.
Excuse me.
Yeah, up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Justin Kusira. My question was around governance. You will agree with me that most of the boards are not they are not ready in terms of competencies around cybersecurity. Now my question goes to the people in government and the approach they are giving this in terms of ensuring that boards have that competence, because most of the cases you've deployed the technologies, the best technologies, you've worked on the processes and the technology bit of it, but when it comes to decisions to secure the cyberspace, you'd find that there is a gap there. So most of the proposals that are being submitted to boards are struck down based on budget cuts. So you find that there is a big challenge there.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Anthony Kamau. I'm a recent graduate from USIU, and my question is in relation to the curriculum. When you are specializing in cybersecurity, you are tend to be taught theories, and maybe told to practice on hierarchy, at the box, with me. So what would you advise as the government of Kenya, for example, for real work experience studies that actually don't have walkthroughs on the internet?
Thank you. Speakers, kindly respond just to one question each. It's random. It's yes, sir.
Okay, let me start. Let me start it off. I know there's a question directed to a central banker. Let me just take that. But I think for the sake of this discussion, my response in any way will not reflect on the position of the bank, right? It's purely my perspective based on my profession, right? So kindly accept that it is not the position of the bank or any government entity. Now, in terms of development, I think that is big because, again, as has been cited by the speakers and even by you, I know really for you to consolidate security programs, the people bit is very key, right? Both from staff perspective, board perspective, EXCO perspective, all these cadres needs to be trained appropriately for them to understand risk, with the end game of each and every one of them being a risk manager, right? Because as we had said earlier, board and EXCO have the accountability around cyber. So that training needs to go down, and that risk needs to be highlighted to them. And that is when you make it even easier to motivate budget. Huh? You cannot get into buying technology without the buying from board, without the buying from management as well. So that awareness around risk or cyber risk is very, very critical. Now, when you get to actual staff training within the cyberspace, it is important that you map those roles, again, based on structure, based on business objectives, do a training needs analysis, and ensure you get to develop staff for them to be in a position to perform or to deliver on their assigned roles. That is big, right? Because unless you have red teamers trained on red teaming, then you can be sure that you will not deliver 100%, right? Unless you have blue teamers trained on the technologies, right? And indicators of compromise and how to get to protect, you can be so sure that you will not get your intended KPIs around the same, right? Now, once you have trained and your people are able to deliver on job, right? The biggest bit, or rather the biggest challenge is what you are talking about, right? Flight, churn rate too high for cyber, right? Very, very high. I can tell you, we've experienced even up to 10 leaving, up to 10 or even 8 leaving in a year. That is big, because in a case you have a team of, say, 100, and you have 10 leaving, that is like 10% thereabout. So you really need to have one frameworks on how to get to retain. And one of them first is remuneration, right? Just like emerging technologies, guys who are specialists in the area, big data, AI, are well paid, right? Cyber guys also need to be well paid, right? So you need to have proper retention programs, right? From remuneration, right? Recognition programs, right? But the most challenging bit, which you need to keep pace with, because again, it's not money every other time. There's no entity that will always keep adding your 30%, 20% to your basic. That is out. So the biggest for any organization is to avail to employees, right, training opportunities, such that at any given moment they feel challenged, right? Having a strategy to ensure that at any given moment, staff are trained to meet expectations of the business. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So I would like to attempt the man who earlier asked about the process instead of the human interface. I think that we should clearly understand cybersecurity and know how it operates. From my perspective, cyber is the internet, security is your network. And you can't marry the two without having to understand that there has to be a framework. Yes, human interface indeed is important, but there has to be a framework that had been adopted by management, processes had been outlined, then you'll understand what to do. Many a time when you're an IT person, it is understood that obviously you will be a tech person who knows much about security. Training will come. In as much as training will come, let's not lose sight of that, or the fact that we have data, then data protection will also be there. So what are you securing? Data. So cybersecurity, data protection, both marries. I know European Union passed a framework, cybersecurity framework, that some African countries have adopted. But before you even go into the space, management must adopt some framework that outlines the processes in the industry you find yourself working. Thank you.
Allow me to respond to two questions from two delegates. One is on the competence of the boards to address the cybersecurity issues within the various organizations. I wish to say that if you look at boards of public sector entities, they're really bound by certain guidelines, which are, of course, outlined in the Code Mwongozo and others. But then going forward, before I think there has been reliance on assumptions and goodwill that the board members would see some of these issues. Then again, as fate had it, cybersecurity discussions have moved from equipment rooms or server rooms by the ICT into boardrooms. So now we look at the cybersecurity governance, risk management, and compliance issues being a direct responsibility of the boards. So what has happened in the Kenyan ecosystem, for example, is that The responsibilities have been outlined and have been explained in the regulations. I'm talking about the cybersecurity regulations which were enacted this year. So then that gives the board the mandate and the responsibility for availing adequate resources for cybersecurity initiatives. Again, it provides the board with the mandate of oversight of cybersecurity, and that goes with issues of reporting, as well as issues of making sure that there is a responsible, competent person and capabilities for those in the critical information infrastructure business. You need to have capabilities of cybersecurity operation centers. That is outlined in the law. So we are seeing a lot of movement, a lot of transition of board members, and we are supporting initiatives to give them a lot of sensitization as well as any technical skills that they know. I can confirm a few boards have reached out to us as NC4, and we've been able to build capacity to them. One of them, some of the boards have actually appointed one of the board members to be responsible for cybersecurity within those organizations. Now, on the issue of the young graduates from USIU, yes, what you've said is absolutely true. And I think this is the reason why we are seated here at University of Nairobi Towers. You know, that's what Towers was coined very well by the architect of this building. So from this tower, we are discussing what is the collaborative framework that the government, industry, and academia can have so that we can improve on the cybersecurity workforce. The challenge is, and the academia we are here, I am part of the academia, I'm talking about the traditional academia, is that the products from the academia are really hands-off. So the technical skills are theoretical, and the practical skills they obtain are wanting. Again, what we are doing about that is that in terms of intervention as NC4 is that the law has come up to prescribe that we need to have, as a nation, national cybersecurity standards, which includes national cybersecurity training guide, which will form the basis for development of curriculum and delivery of training. We liken this to training in medicine, training in engineering, where every institution that is providing training in medicine and engineering must have adequate practical training resources. So we are seeing that taking shape soon. I think that that guide is being developed. So very soon, all universities, all institutions providing training must demonstrate adequate training aids to give the hands-on skills that the industry so requires. Thank you.
Thank you. Derek, 2 minutes. Okay, we are going to open a channel for Q&A when we come back from break, and we will be able to push in our questions, and they'll be answered at a session that is has been set aside for Q&A. Derek, 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So mine is a bit short. So there's one question that came, I think, from you. So should we allow threat hunting to the public? So this is, again, I would say data is one thing that has given us hell lots of sleepless nights. So opening it up is what would be one of the biggest vulnerabilities. That is from my standpoint. So that's why we also have solutions to mitigate this kind of space and threats. So basically what a hacker would do would come to environment. Some would come for gain in terms of publicity. Some would come for the dollar gain, like you pay a ransom and you paid. Then we also have white hackers. Doesn't mean they cannot go rogue. So most of the time, we have white hackers go rogue, where you only a white hacker because maybe I'm part of your red team. I test your system, and once I test your system, it goes to the blue team, and we can mitigate these threats. But again, opening up this data, and you get to a point where we even have some of these solutions we deploy in some of the institutions that the leadership are in this forum, and they don't even want to be used as a reference point, because that's already a vulnerability. So when we open it up, I think for sure that would be a great threat, and we can take advantage of tools, validation tools, like what I just presented before, to take caution of that.
Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry. I'll
yeah.
just wind up on Kamau's from USIU. So on that point of training, I think that's a space that's always very confusing. And again, from a vendor and technology perspective, I would actually want us to alliance in terms of the university, again, with Cyber Pro 2. We can always avail ourselves some 2 hours, 1 hour. We can always go through sessions. We have those labs that we give for free. We have technologies that we have interfaces that you can play with the technology and can give you more hands-on experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give a loud clap to our... That's just a sneak peek of the skills. Your questions will be answered. Any question that you have on cybersecurity, industry workforce will be answered. Thank you very much. Please, our panelists, you can get back to your seats as I hand over to...
Thank you so much. I know guys are feeling hungry. I think it's in order when we break. For our tea break, we take probably not more than 15 minutes, and then we come back for more juice. So I think we can leave and go for our tea break. Our speakers can use this path and route, then the delegates and other attendees can use the other side.
and the traditional safe network perimeter disappearing, making cyber threat more dangerous than ever. Threats come from external, internal, and unknown sources. And IT commonly lack the most basic effective security resources. Of 60 companies who have experienced recent ransomware attacks, 100% reported they were running antivirus software, and 95% of attacks bypassed a traditional firewall. The solution to the problem of network security is convergence of all security functions, simplification of operations, and killing threats on site. With converged and simplified security functions and AI-powered malware inspection, SANG4 NGAF is the world's first AI-enabled, secured, converged, and simplified solution, and all-around protection from all threats. So, how does NGAF stop threats cold? You can't defend or protect what you can't see. Visibility of assets, risks, and user behaviors means total protection. Only with total visibility can we hope to understand how our network is being used and who is using it. Visual reporting makes this process quick and easy by simplifying daily operations with step-by-step incident reports, making NGAF a valuable tool for the IT team and management. Security protections requiring the use of multiple components and third-party vendors cause integration issues and a complex infrastructure. SANG4 NGAF is fully converged with NGFW, NGWAF, and supports security visibility. AI-enabled and internally developed innovations like NeuralX, an AI-enabled cloud platform for threat intelligence and analytics, and Engine Zero, an innovative malware detection engine powered by artificial intelligence, and NGAF's full convergence with NGFW, WAF, and application control. Together give customers complete network security and improved performance. SANG4 Security Butler, a cloud-based security operations center available to all SANG4 NGAF customers, provides 24/7 risk detection to discover and advise on potential danger, and basic incident response and quarantine of compromised assets. SANG4 Security Butler improves the overall risk posture of the organization, using a converged infrastructure and simplified operations, making SANG4 NGAF the ultimate protection and ideal solution. Where does your network security currently succeed? And where does it fall short? Taking a closer look at the current state of your network security is the first step toward total protection. And SANG4 Health Check will help you get started. SANG4 Health Check uses specially selected threat samples to imitate the attack lifecycle and give you a broad spectrum report on the security of your network. Email or visit our website to learn more about SANG4 NGAF and the evolution of network security. SANG4, your one-stop solution for network security and cloud computing.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. So I hope everyone gets some refreshment from their tea break session. Okay, so I would like to start the first session of the afternoon. Okay, so we're basically for the afternoon session, myself, we are going to give you our overview, the broad introduction, also the profile, introduction of Sound4 technology and what we offer for the latest technology and what we are helping to address somehow the latest, the technology like AI or the big data analysis into the security products. Okay. Let me introduce myself here again. I think if yesterday some our guests are coming yesterday, so you will get to know me. So my name is Feng Yang. So I'm working as the managing director for the whole Sound4 Middle Eastern and Africa region. Okay, we are based in our HQ based in the UAE, Dubai. So hopefully that now everybody's ready. So I would like to continue my session now. So as you may aware of that, so Sound4 technology, we are originally Chinese brand, Chinese vendor. Okay, we started in 2000, and this almost 24 years old company now in the whole global market. And globally, we have around more than 65 plus offices across the whole region. And it's a public listed company. Okay, you can search all the Sound4 the information from the website. And we are more than 10,000 employees, the global company already. Okay, so this is somehow the background about Sound4. And let me just continue my slides about today's the topic here. So the first slide is about how the Sound4 as a group company, our business infrastructure and architecture here. So basically Sound4, we are working in 3 domains, okay? First is cybersecurity, and then is the cloud infrastructure and also the IT infrastructure. IT infrastructure, to be honest, is our newest the department, okay? And also definitely as a group company, I would actually also give you some information about the Sundry, okay? It's our sister company providing the Wi-Fi, apps and switches and the routers, okay, for the infrastructure solutions also. And recently, we can see starting from the beginning of this year, so we are now partnered with StatPro and also Mr. Joe here. So we are coming into the Kenya market. So this is our, very good start journey here. And later on, after this one, I will come into somehow give you some overview about the major solution of what Sound4 providing, okay, in the market, and also I will give you some idea about what this solution does, to help you to optimize your enterprise network management, okay. Good. Let's come into the first product. It's called so we call it Internet Access Gateway, okay. So this product is in best-in-class secure web gateway security solution, SWG solution, if you heard about them before. So that controls access to and from the internet by preventing all the unsecure traffic from entering or leaving the internal network and of your organization, and by monitoring and controlling their behavior of network and the users' superior and in-house development, and also their designing, provide unparalleled visibility in all user identities, applications, and protection of their all network users. So we have listed down some of the major features of the solution, okay? So it can help you to meet all the compliance, especially for all the public sector, even the enterprise banking sectors. You have the compliance for internet users, right? So this solution can be you can see help you to managing your network properly. I just give you an example like in China. So basically, all the public sectors they under the compliances, right? So all their data, for example, in your network, if you're trying to send some sensitive data, maybe some comments or some illegal information you want to post on their website, or you're trying to use some social media to post it, some anti-country or this kind of, the words there. So you will be easily found by we call the network department, the police. So they will find it easily. So this is a solution. You can see this IAG is you can see 100% deployed in all the public sector for any department, can help you to meet all these compliance. Even there, for example, in education sector, for example, in University of Nairobi. So now you can see here, I think the schools also providing the Wi-Fi, I mean the education Wi-Fi, and they're, from the maybe software telecoms, they provide Wi-Fi for education sector. So the all students, they will access the internet to, freely if there's no control, like if there's like a free, or like an illegal website or some, improper website. So for this device, it can help you to control in a proper way, okay? Then the second product is about our next generation application firewall. I think this is also from the IT industry, especially from the cybersecurity industry. You must know this product, of course, right? Firewall, who does not know, right? So for some side in the next generation firewall, this is one of the, the very, very, you can see a good, the world classes the firewall in the overall the world. So this is our next generation application firewall, and it's truly innovating product. Okay, so since it's the worst, we are the the first AI enabled next generation application firewall. You can see here probably the rating will be very small, and we are first vendor for the firewall vendors to introduce the AI-based in the Engine Zero model, is AI-based antivirus models, and also the AI-based NeurX threat intelligence into the integrated firewall to help you. As I think this morning, one speaker, mentioned about firewall. Mostly firewall is signature-based, but to be honest, the reality is most firewall now in the market you find is integrated with AI or powered by AI or intelligence, because we understand the traditional, the signature-based firewall is no more effective. Okay, so you need to embrace all the latest technology AI. They can use the UEBA behavior analysis and to do all machine learning by himself. You can do all the automatic blocking based on the behavior analysis on that, right? This is how it can be even for example, I just like zero-day attack is become and also the APT, advanced APT. Attack become a very serious now, and easily, because every second, even like today, it's more than maybe thousands of the new viruses coming out, right? If you're relying on your traditional the firewall, perimeter-based firewall, definitely you cannot secure your network 100%, right? But with this new, we understand this new threats and advanced and also the disadvantage from the traditional one. So that's why we bring all new technology here. And also you can see here, some for firewall we are a well-recognized product in the market. Okay, like in Gartner, I think because I think most of our guests today, you're from this background, IT background, or you're from the IT industry itself, right? So for Gartner, I don't want to mention too more, but it's US-based world famous, the tier one, the third-party the analysis agent. They do all the latest technology reporting, or also the analysis for that. Okay, so some for firewall is next generation firewall has been in the Gartner for more than 8 years, consecutively. Okay. And we named it as a Visionary Quadrant since 2022 as a Chinese brand from there, okay? And the then coming products is some for the endpoint security. So endpoint security is, to be honest, is a must for all kinds of the organizations, right? It doesn't matter you're from a new startup or your education sectors or your private sectors. When you're considering the security in your environment, the endpoint security must be there, right? So because it's the gate for protecting the old entry point. Okay, like maybe you don't have server in the beginning, but you must have laptop. Okay, so laptop will become entries because all your data, your employees, you store data in the laptop itself, right? Because data is become very expensive now. If you lost your data as a startup, you will lose everything, okay? Especially in the very fast commercial market. Okay, so from some for endpoint security itself, it's a combination. I'm not sure if some of, I guess you read about the Gartner latest report about endpoint security, the trends. So they mentioned the EDR is no more. So EDR maybe is a famous name for you, but EDR is no more the future no more the wise future for the future. But now they name it as EPP solution, endpoint protection. The platform itself, because this EPP solution is combination of antivirus EDR and some other, even the NAC features for that. So we more prefer to name our endpoint security as an EPP solution because it's combination. We integrate the world class of their antivirus databases inside, and also with the AI engine, as a big data analysis, machine learning all inside there, and also it's integrated with EDR and NAC features inside. Okay. And also, the big difference between SOUND4 endpoint security, other than the market, the solution you get from the market, like is Kaspersky, you name it in the market. So our endpoint security is it's also have a unique, strongest part in the anti-ransomware protection. Okay, we have honeypot, deception, every features inside that to help to provide you the anti-ransomware protection solution for that. This is a very good one, and we last 2 months, and 2 months ago, we launched a new version. Our R&D claiming that to the public sector, to the publicly, so that we can block the ransomware in 1 second. So this is our commitment from SOUND4 itself. Okay. And the coming is Cyber Command. Cyber Command, the name probably you may, as name of this one, Cyber Command, right? Commander, especially in the military sector. Commander means it's more intelligent, it has all the information. So our Cyber Command product is we locate it as a NDR solution, Network Detection Response solution, okay? I don't want to mention more about NDR, what it does, but for NDR itself, it can help you to first provide threat detection, okay, to help you to detect all the traffic inside the network, not only in the north to west, west to north, the north to south and the east to west traffic. You can gather all the traffic inside. It doesn't matter, from anywhere from the VPN sector. It record all the raw data from your core switches and all from your security component, the equipments, okay? It can also do threat hunting and through threat response, okay? And according to the Gartner report, and the SOUND4 Cyber Command is the top 5 NDR vendor, talking about revenue-wise, okay? In top 5 globally. Okay, this is somehow the big strength of the SOUND4 NDR itself. It can also integrate with our firewall and endpoint security, and also it can integrate with third party. Okay, the most famous vendor in the market to give you the correlation and also to collect all the information provided intelligence. And then it's coming for the Zero Trust, SOUND4 Trust. Okay, so SOUND4 Trust can, it's the next level of the remote access. Okay, I think most of our guests, if you're from their enterprise level, you must use the VPN, right? VPN, it doesn't matter, it's some SSVPN or IPsec VPN or standard, okay? So the Zero Trust can protect the security of the business access and the business system, with a very new higher level. It can help you to identify all identity of the access person. I think we mentioned about the multi-factor authentication and even the biometric authentication now. So the Zero Trust itself, it can integrate all those kinds of authentication, parameters authentication, and also it will give you fully visibility of the application level traffic. The VPN, you imagine it, the VPN as a VPN, what you can get from the logs from the system, you can only see which user in which time log in, right? Log in and log out. That's it. You don't know what he did with the VPN itself, but with Zero Trust, it can give you full visibility, like which time, which person, which user account, how long he did, and what documents he downloaded, what category he going through, and this is kind of, for example, what the Zero Trust can provide you difference in the remote access, okay? This is a very good, to be honest, I can see this is a must now for all, especially sensitive sectors, the critical infrastructure sectors, like banking sector, telecoms, and even government sectors, right? Okay, this can be a next alternative for you to upgrade your VPN solution, okay? Then coming for is for the Sanfor HCI. So I think must be some guests now. You be familiar with the virtualization, right, and cloud solution. The Sanfor HCI, the full name is Hyperconverged Infrastructure. This is a star, the products for us. And I just give you an example. And in Italy, in Europe, okay, Italy, and also in South Africa. So I just mentioned Italy first. We sold to more than 300 customers just within 1.5 half years to all the customers, including telco, banking, healthcare, hospitals, and also the manufacturers. Okay, Europe is the backyard of the American products, right? I think all have a guest from US, so you understand that. For Chinese products, if you can enter in this European market, means that you have really, really strong points, can convince them to get these products, no matter technically or other perspective. Okay. And we also build in a lot of cloud solutions here. Even in Kenya, now we have our cloud. We have partner here, so they build their cloud, the small setup cloud here using our Sanfor HCI and plus cloud platform here. Okay, so basically, let me just give you an idea about what does the hyperconverged infrastructure does. It can, basically in the IT world, right? You have in the data center. What are you usually going to do? You have the server, right? Physical servers and disk, storage and network switches, routers, right? Even definitely you need to. In a data center, you have to have security components, no matter firewall, endpoint security, or NDR, you name it, right? This is all the solution there. But with Sanfor HCI, we can help you to provide fully completed software-defined data center. It means you can virtualize you in the compute, like CPU, memory, all those, storage, and the network, and the security can all be achieved and virtualized in the platform itself. You can imagine that one box can provide all the features, especially for the small to medium-sized business. You can have 2 server, 3 server maximum. You can have everything inside, fully integrated. You can dramatically simplify your operation in the CapEx and OpEx. It's considerate, right? Then the common product is for the showing the capability also. I would like to also mention here the Sanfor HCI product itself is always in Gartner, for more than 5-6 years already, and we're competing with the most famous brands, as you name it, and so this is showing the capability here. So we're not a small brand, not a new solution in the market. It's been well tested and well trusted by the customer and partners. Okay. Here, definitely, when we mention about the hyperconverged infrastructure, right, we must have to mention about the virtual desktop infrastructure. So especially in we have here in the University of Nairobi, right, they have a lab, they have a library, the electric library, right, so they have all the physical laptops. Right? So the VDI solution is the best suitable for those kind of scenario, even the banking sector, telco sector. So we can basically how that works. So you have everything. All your laptops in the physical systems can be all virtualized in the data center itself. Okay, so you have all the virtual machine. From the user end, you have only the still have the monitor and the keyboard and the mouse. Right, all the data will be stored in the back end in data center. Right. So firstly is you can dramatically simplify your operation. Okay, your operations works and also can help you to manage it in a very secure way. Right. So this is for Sanfor side, we are providing you the end-to-end solution. And from market, you may heard about VDI, but most of the VDI vendors in market, they're providing the hardware separately. They need to go for different vendors to provide the hardware, no matter the servers, the physical server, or the thin client, or zero client, right? As mentioned, they only provide software. But in Sanfor, we provide you end-to-end support, from the hardware, software, and thin clients, all from Sanfor. We don't use any third party, okay? Definitely we can integrate, but it's full solution from Sanfor. This can dramatically to simplify your support work. If anything happens to hardware, software, you get to Sanfor for support, okay? And easy for maintenance, definitely. Okay, so the next one coming to is I want to show you that recognition is about, what, I just mentioned about some major products listed in Gartner, right? But majorly, I can say we have more than 6-7 products listed in Gartner for many years already. I just will give you an introduction. HCI is just now we mentioned about hyperconverged infrastructure. IH is our internet access gateway, and then it's VPN, our one optimization, SSVPN, zero trust, pop from the category, and then the one optimization load balancer. AD is our application delivery controller, is our load balancer. Okay. And the NG firewall, and that's the VPN. Okay, this is showing that as a vendor itself, we are quite competitive in this market already. Okay, I think this is also the firewall showing for the firewall, the visionary recording for more than 8 years in the market already. So I think that is all for my brief introduction of the company profile itself. Okay, that's all from my side. Thank you. Yeah.
Sorry guys, I had to sneak in because his English is too British. He's trained in Spain and lives in Dubai. You know what I'm talking about. I want to talk about this solution on just 2 issues. One issue is HCI. And there's nothing better than walking around when you have a weapon by yourself. For those of you who are techie or you are making decisions for solutions on cybersecurity, on hyperconvergence infrastructure, SANG4 is an equal opportunity solution. And why I'm saying that, Gartner cannot list you if they don't know what you are doing. If you have a phone, just pick up and open Gartner and do something called compare. And all of you know which firewall you are using in your office or in your workplace or wherever you are. Please compare SANG4 with 3 other options of firewall. I traveled to China to go to the hardware where they manufacture the product, and I didn't know whether it was good. Until I went to Dubai and I found that the products we are using in Africa are not even used in Europe. They're not even used in Europe. Africa is the place whereby they do the testing for the products they do the selling and distribution of products which are not on the top range. Go to Gartner and /compare and put SANG4, then put any other firewall you think. I will not say more about that. You'll change your mind. Another thing I want to say about this firewall is not even the firewall, the solutions they have. It's one product of the SANG4 security fabric. For example, the firewall itself. You buy one box, it has everything you need. You don't need Wi-Fi, you buy another box. You don't need access control, you buy another box. You don't buy an extra hardware to get an extra solution for this firewall. So we are starting distribution and sales in Kenya. For those who want to register or see sample tests and run products in the office, will be available. You can register with us and we can walk through the journey with you. We are starting a support center in Kenya, and I'm working closely with him. He's based in Dubai, and this distribution mostly is Europe. It took me a lot of time to convince him there is opportunity in Africa, especially in East Africa. But I told him, this is how I got him. If it gets into the Kenya market, it has gone to East Africa, around 5 other countries. So most of the support you need is from the people who have had it right from the spot. Not because of it's a better product and there's better money, the price is cheaper, but because of the bottom-up economy. We're starting from down going up. Thank you, guys.
Bottom-up economy, wow. So thank you for that wonderful presentation, SANG4 team and John. So I will not talk much, but I just have one question, and then we can proceed to, as Mr. Meru Ronald is preparing for his presentation next on stage. Why did, I have a joke, that is a joke, guys. Sometimes I have to, put a disclaimer so that you find it funny. I'm working on that. Why did hackers move to Africa? Mics? Weak security. Wow, the guys are still not getting my joke. Okay. Any trial? Very fast? Yeah, the microphone is there. Anyone who wants to try? It's just a joke, guys. Yes, please, mic here.
I think Africa is a fertile ground for hackers. It has not been fully exploited.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Because marathoners are in Africa.
What? Say what?
Marathoners are in Africa. That's why they.
That's a good one. At least now we're getting there. So, according to me, my answer is they moved to Africa because they heard there is a whole safari of networks. So I think we can have Ronald next on stage. Please, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Ronald on stage from KNCCI.
Thank you. Thank you, MC. Actually, on that question about hackers, I thought it is because Africa is the hub of mobile money. So I would have expected that's why all the hackers are looking to come to Africa. But anyway, esteemed colleagues, innovators, developers, my valued panelists, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. So by way of introduction, my name is Ronald Meru. I chair Trade and Economic Diplomacy at the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and I also am the vice chair of the Nairobi chapter of the KNCCI. So we are honored to be here today, and first of all, I was requested to be speaking in terms of supply chain risks and also management of mentorship. So today we are honored and privileged to join you today to discuss this interesting, complex nature of our global supply chains and the pivotal role of mentorship in enhancing our management practices. The intricacies of the interconnected economies require not just only awareness, but proactive strategies to mitigate risks and foster resilience. We need to understand our supply chain risks in our modern economy. Supply chains represent the backbone of commerce, yet they are fraught with many challenges, from the logistical hurdles and regulatory changes to broader geopolitical tensions and the ever-present cyber attacks. The stability of supply chains is usually a perpetual risk. I was happy today to be listening, I believe that was Pentra, where they're looking at Penetra, what was it, the name of the company that was here earlier? Penetra, who are doing the vulnerability tests, which actually looks at the validating your security systems in whichever environment that you're running in. As you know now, cybersecurity is a big concern, even not only for the Chamber of Commerce, but in everywhere that we are looking at. And I like also a point that was highlighted earlier, where I think we need to look at, as the government and also all stakeholders, the hackers, I think it was raised by the gentleman from Kemri, is that to see how do we nurture these talents. We don't need to really look at just prosecuting them, but maybe these are people who could ensure that our systems are totally secure, and how do we grow this talent. So this is feedback, at least I can say, we've been able to pick up from today's conference. So the recent global trends and events include pandemics, including the pandemics and technological disruptions have only highlighted these vulnerabilities, showing us how critical and robust this management is. So most of you will be wondering, what is the role of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry? So as part of the KNCCI, we are deeply committed to equipping our members with tools and knowledge to navigate these challenges. Through our education programs and even workshops like this, which are sponsored by CyberPro, our partners in KNCCI, we are very honored that you've come up with this conference today. Let's appreciate CyberPro for this. So through education programs, workshops, we strive to enhance the understanding and implementation of effective risk management strategies. These initiatives are tailored to help businesses identify potential risks, develop mitigation strategies, and prepare contingency plans that ensure business continuity. On my next point in terms of management mentorship, so mentorship stands as a cornerstone to strengthen our strategy in supply chain management. By connecting emerging businesses with experienced professionals within our network, we facilitate transfer of knowledge. This is both locally and internationally, where we not only give skills development and knowledge transfer to our local enterprises, but also to international and global expertise. Whenever we have our trade missions, we also have expertise in terms of ICT and cybersecurity. We'll be inviting you to attend most of these trade missions, even internationally, and also foster a supportive community. The success stories we've witnessed within the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry community underscore the value of sharing experiences and solutions, helping the newer companies thrive even when they face a substantial supply chain disruptions. Enhancing resilience through innovation and technology. Moreover, we advocate for adopting of cutting-edge technologies, as it was mentioned earlier, artificial intelligence, blockchain, machine learning, analytics tools, the BI tools that we are all aware of. These tools not only bring transparency and efficiency, but also greatly enhance the ability of supply chains to adapt to changes and recover from the shocks. It is through innovation that we can build supply chains that are not only efficient, but are also resilient. Ladies and gentlemen, so our call to action to strengthen collaboration. As we move forward, I urge all businesses here today to engage more deeply with industrial groups and to collaborate broadly with your peers. It is through collective effort that we can tackle the challenges that lie ahead. By sharing our knowledge, resources, and innovation, we can transform our supply chains into models of sustainability and resilience. As I close, I want to reaffirm the commitment of Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, unwavering commitment to support all facets of supply chain management. Together with the education, mentorship, collaboration at the forefront, we are setting the stage for the future of our supply chain. Our supply chains do not only survive disruptions, but thrive in spirit. Allow me also today to just to let you know that the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry won the bid to host the World Chamber Federation Conference that's going to be held here in April next year. So we'll be also inviting you as developers, people in cybersecurity to come and explore and exhibit what you're able to do for the global market. We're expecting over 4,500 international business community coming here, and this will be seeing more of this information, and we welcome you to this. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to a productive discussion and fruitful collaborations that will stem from our time together here today. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, sir, for the presentation. So I think we'll jump right on to the next presentation by the next speaker. So he's a renowned guy in the industry. He's an expert in information security governance, risk management, and data protection. With over a decade of experience, he has led successfully GRC certifications in key programs like ISMS, BSMS, PCI, DSS, GDPR, and cybersecurity incident response. His work spans sectors including finance, energy, petroleum, and humanitarian organizations, where he has enhanced critical infrastructure security. Mikhail played a key role in driving cybersecurity mainstreaming efforts in Kenya's energy and petroleum sectors, resulting in sector-specific cyber and physical security guidance notes. I'm hoping after this we can get a voucher for fuel. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mikhail Mugotitsa. Round of applause.
So all protocol observed. Good afternoon. So he has already covered most of this. You see some resemblance there. So I like to think of myself as an agile, transformative leader. And that, of course, depends on who is asking and also who is responding to that. Beyond that, as is stated, I have experience in different compliance portfolio. And I've been able to implement successfully different programs, PCI DSS, PIN security, ISMS, business continuity management system, incident response, and data protection. So that's a brief about me. Of course, we all have our LinkedIn version. It's different from what I just said. I have an MSc in Information Security and Digital Forensics, an MBA. I have a bachelor's in Information Science, and I'm currently a student at the University of Nairobi, undertaking Bachelor's of Law. Besides that, I have very many certifications. As Daktari said, security is about self-initiative. So you must be interested in researching and reading a lot. And certifications are just a way to demonstrate that you actually have attained that knowledge. It's more like a trophy to me. So this will be the roadmap. We'll cover cybersecurity challenges and then talk about frameworks and strategies, and then look at the priorities for 2025. Then also just ask ourselves, why are we playing catch up as it relates to cybersecurity? So they say a problem is halfway solved if you are able to write it down. And this mostly usually makes me think of the cybersecurity challenge. So are we talking about a zebra? Is it a giraffe? Is it a donkey? And that is what really, when we think about cybersecurity, that's what comes to our mind. So I'll take you back to the trenches. I'll try to simplify it as I can, to ensure that first we understand the challenge, the value for cybersecurity to the business. There's a gentleman who presented here and said that cybersecurity is an enabler. So what cybersecurity does, we enable the business to meet its objectives while keeping the risks on acceptable levels. So that is really what cybersecurity is about. So part of the challenges is that data breaches have become a constant thing. It's a reality now. Today, if you Google, there is a cyber attack that has happened somewhere. Then no one wants to be the next cyber breach, especially leadership. I've interacted with many leaders. They don't want to be the next cyber breach. Then we have limited resources. So you have to balance your cybersecurity needs and the financial needs, resources. So basically, there's a balancing act to ensure that you get value-based controls. So if you're going to get a security solution, then it needs to be value-based. You need to look at your environment and ensure that you're getting the best solution, the highest value, based on your risks. We are also facing insider threats, which are becoming as dangerous as external threats. So you've seen cases where organizations are compromised by an internal employee, So they are approached for different reasons. They sometimes give access to external attackers. So that is one thing that we are also looking at. Then cyber risk management is still evolving. It is quite an interesting field. With the advancement in technology, you find that there are a lot of changes that are coming up that we need to keep up with. And that, of course, also covers our aspects around cyber threats that are rapidly evolving. And based on that, I've interacted with many leaders and even stakeholders. We have the same interest. We want to adapt. We want to ensure that we've secured our infrastructure. And that's why sometimes I get into a lift and I meet, let's say, the CEO. He says, good morning, Michael. Are we safe? Are we hack-proof? These are the questions that leaders are asking. What needs to be done to secure the infrastructure? And are we doing those things in the first place? And do we have the right people to protect our infrastructure? And that, of course, joins into the aspect of workforce within our environments. So think of it, sometimes you have your car and there's a funny noise that the car is making. You know there is something that needs to be done about that noise, right? But you're not a mechanic. So you take your car to the mechanic and you say, just do whatever you will do, but I don't want to hear that noise. So think of that as the other stakeholders who do not know much about cybersecurity. They know there's something that needs to be done, and they rely on the cybersecurity experts to do this. So relating cybersecurity to enterprise risk, we have 5 major enterprise risks, and that is the strategic, financial, operational, legal, and reputational. So whenever you talk about cybersecurity, if you are breached, it means you will move away from your strategic direction. If it's a ransomware, you will have financial losses. If you are giving services, you will have operational challenges. You will be sued, litigations due to data breaches, and your reputation will be ruined. So this is an interest for businesses and organizations, and also as a country, it's a priority. So there's a gentleman there who talked about issues around budgeting. And sometimes, having interacted in different sectors, I've experienced this. When you're asking for a budget allocation, yeah, there's no money until you are hit by a cyber attack. And then the face changes, the conversation changes. In fact, you tell yourself, I wish we could be, somehow hacked every month. Then we would really make progress. So just quick on this, we've talked about CIA, tried confidentiality, integrity, and availability. I'd like to introduce authenticity and non-repudiation, and this is just to ensure that you are not able to deny the communication that you initiated or you had at a future date. So whenever you're talking about cybersecurity, these are the 5 major elements that you'll be working towards. So, for those who do not believe in cybersecurity, whenever I think about that, this is what I see, right? So you deliberately decide to, just operate like one of those guys. So you really need to put some thought to it. Finally, I'll cover something here on that section, on cybersecurity frameworks. So as we said, you have to get some direction and treat it as a program. So we have control frameworks, we have program frameworks, we have risk frameworks. So think of control frameworks as a recipe, right? You have your ingredients, you need to prepare some things, a meal. So a control framework will tell you what ingredients you'll put into that pot while you're cooking. For instance, CIS control frameworks. Then you get to program frameworks. These are things like ISO 27001 NIST cybersecurity framework. That is your menu. So when you go, you check the menu, it will tell you what meal is there, and then what controls you're putting in place, which are your ingredients. And finally, risk frameworks. Remember we said that cybersecurity is an initiative towards managing risks. So risk frameworks are such as ISO 27005, Mighty Attack, and so on and so forth. So whenever you think about security and a program and a strategy, think how you've married all these aspects together. Then that brings us to governance, issues around governance. This is the structure, strategy, policy, standards, and processes. And the idea is to ensure that we have a strategic alignment, risk management, and compliance. So I'll move fast because I think we are limited on time. These are some of the principles in cybersecurity that we've talked about: defense in depth, least privilege access, separation of duties, security by design and privacy by design, and keeping it simple. When you're talking about cybersecurity, try and keep it simple so that sometimes you find there are experts who put in controls that are very complex, that it's easier for the user to bypass the security controls than for them to comply to the security controls. So that's a major aspect. You need to always think that you are actually enabling the business. So you don't need to be a bottleneck within the organization. You need to collaborate, work with all the stakeholders to ensure that you're driving security. And that is how you'll also build a security culture. Now, this is just an example of defense in depth. It is a concept that we replicate it in our real life. For instance, in a castle, you'll have different levels of protection. Then I'll mention something on cloud and on-premise before going to the priorities. So, of course, there's the discussion around what is more secure, what is cheaper. For me, I always say cloud is someone else's computer. Just, yeah, you should always have that in mind. So, and when you're talking about cloud, there is the shared responsibility model. Whenever you are planning the migration, think about it. So if you're on premise, it is your responsibility. Cyber security, information security is your responsibility all the way. Infrastructure as a service, it means you've now hired the infrastructure. You've given up that responsibility. Then you move to the platform as a service. As you see, the blue demonstrates how your responsibilities are reducing. And then you get to software as a service. Still, security is your responsibility. So in as much as you are moving to cloud, remember you still have to ensure there's security, because you see information, data, device, account identities, identity and directory infrastructure is still your responsibility. Now, there's someone who talked about technology, people, and processes. Those are the tools that we have as cyber defenders. On the other side, the attackers have the tactics, techniques, and procedures. So think of it as a chess, those who play chess, a game. So whenever there's an attacker who tries to phish, to trick users, that's a social engineering. So that is a technique or a tactic or procedure, TTPs. We have to counter that with technology, people, and processes. And so in the process, we'll implement email filtering and then do security awareness. And that is how the two relate. So, having said that, there's the priorities that we need to look at, and there's a list of many things that we can do, good things, but we have to select a few that will have the greatest impact. Remember, we said we need value-based controls. So we need to ensure that whatever decision we make will have the greatest impact in our infrastructure to protect our cyberspace. These are some of the situations we are trying to avoid. You find there are cases when you are doing your business continuity tests, you get, 90% scoring, 95, but when the real incident occurs, things change, right? We have backup admins. They say, okay, we can restore servers in this recovery time objective or RPO, right? But then when the incident occurs, they simply tell you, we didn't say we can restore all the servers at once. So it is one server at a time. And therefore, it leads us to the next questions. What are our biggest blind spots? So if we answer these questions, then we have our priorities. What are our biggest cybersecurity blind spots? How prepared are we to detect, respond to, and recover from cyber incidents? So even when you're designing a cybersecurity strategy, these are some of the questions that you need to ask yourself. Are we adapting to the evolving threats? Are our cybersecurity investments aligned to the strategic goals? And then is cybersecurity integrated into our culture and decision making? Now I'll propose adapt as a strategy. I mentioned earlier that leaders want to adapt. Everyone is interested in the cybersecurity conversation, and we want to adapt. And this is to do the assessment, detection, adaptation, prioritization, and team and culture. So on the first question, we want to focus on assessing weaknesses and identifying blind spots. Then we want to emphasize the need for detection and incident response. We want to stay ahead against new and emerging threats, and then we want to ensure strategic alignment with the cybersecurity, and finally, the importance of cybersecurity as an organizational culture. So this is our first priority that we really need to look at. We need to strengthen cybersecurity governance and national policy frameworks. And in this, we have key focus areas, which will be the CISO organization, establishment of the CISO organization based on the CMCA. He's on my case, so let me just wind up. So CMCA regulations, and then we have the SOC, which is still in the regulations, having a security operations center, cutting across different sectors, so organizations building to the sectors, and then to the countrywide security operation center. And then we need to strengthen cybersecurity compliance framework, and then we talked about zero trust architecture and the CIS framework. Second, to enhance critical infrastructure protection. And the key areas here is to protect energy grids, transportation system, and financial infrastructure as a priority. Capacity building and cybersecurity workforce development. So here we are looking at the academia partnerships and also to develop targeted training programs. Then we talked about capacity building, of course. You can Google that. It's called the NIST framework. It stipulates and guides on how you can build a cybersecurity team and what skills you need and which are the areas that you need to develop skills on. So it's a good tool that we need to look at. Then cybersecurity awareness and public education is also a key area of focus. And here, one of the questions talked about leaders who need to approve our budgets and they have no deep understanding of what they are trying to approve. So we need to build capacity. We need to train board of directors. We need to train leadership so that they make a decision that is informed. We need to emphasize on the differences between digitalization, and automation. Most of the time you find we can't even tell the difference, and yet we need to approve a budget to drive such initiatives. We need to secure our digital government and business services as another priority for 2025. And then data protection and privacy compliance. We have 4 more to go. Cyber threats, I've put ransomware in brackets because it's a key threat that we are facing. Yes, it's a cyber threat, but it stands out. And then cybercrime defenses as a priority. And then cloud security and hybrid environments. We also need to ensure that we are evaluating the risks, total cost of ownership as we migrate to cloud and integrate cloud. Then cybersecurity investments and technology upgrades. What we've seen here, the teams have presented different products and solutions that will be good for cybersecurity initiatives. And then we've talked about supply chain security and vendor risk management, global and regional cybersecurity collaboration as a priority also. And the final one is to ensure that emerging technology adoption and integration has strategies. So for example, we have AI, we have quantum computing. We foresee a place where accessibility to quantum computing will change dynamics. There are some of the cryptography algorithms that would take 2 years to crack. But with quantum computing, that could change to 2 days, right? So we need to ensure that as we do our strategies, we are looking at emerging technologies. With AI, we need to ensure we integrate AI into our workforce to ensure that we do not entirely rely on AI, but have strategies to build our capacity without losing the real knowledge and ensuring that you trust but verify some of these technologies. So you can use AI but ensure you read through, verify the output, and also have facts about what you are presenting. So that's it. I'll skip that slide and I'll welcome any questions if you have any. Either the presentation was very good or we are hungry. Which is it? Or both? Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, sir, for the presentation. Now, all of you who registered, whom registered using their emails, you'll be able to get all the PowerPoint presentations. So don't worry, you can be able to go through them in your own free time. Come on. All right. So from the guys who are not from Africa, I want to be able to share with you Africa's favorite hacker's proverb, that if you want to go fast, you go alone, but if you want to go far, you make sure that your firewall is up. Yeah, come on, guys. We are supposed to be together. Now, just, I know you guys are somehow tired kidogo, but we're just finishing up. The one more speaker for only 15 minutes, and then we can go for lunch and come back. So speakers, please don't leave. We have your gifts There is a closing ceremony in the afternoon, so please don't go far away. Plus, we also have a Q&A that we have not done with the audience. So, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the next speaker on stage, who is Gowi Odera. Round of applause.
May I use this instead? Can you hear me? Check. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Okay. Good afternoon. I know you are waiting to eat, so I will not take too much of your time. What I want us to be able to talk about today is next generation, next technologies, and next threats. As you heard, my name is Gowi Odera, and I deal especially with thinking through what goes on in next generation. I am a futurist, if you'd want to put me in a box. That is where I'm thinking. Allow me to get into my presentation today, and thank you very much for this invitation to speak. At the turn of the millennium, 4 significant things happened in Kenya. Millennium meaning the 2000s. First, in Kenya, there was the end of the KANU regime. And in came NARC government with a clarion call, Yote Yawezekana, Bila Moi. I like interacting, so if you know an answer, you can do that, yeah? Okay. The new government led by Mwai Kibaki focused on 4 fundamental things. One was promoting democratic space, investing in critical infrastructure, full adoption of information and communication technology in all sectors, and the introduction of free primary education. As a result of this, ladies and gentlemen, more civic engagement happened that was unprecedented in this country. It had a multiplier effect with business and commerce. Local and international investors grew in confidence exponentially, according to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics research that they did. Between 2003 and 2012, Kenya's economy grew on an average year-on-year basis of 7% GDP growth. While this was happening, critical infrastructure was being buttressed with local financing. Instead of seeking foreign direct investment, which Kenya had been starved on, the government divested ownership of state corporations through initial public offers. For those of you who are old enough to remember, KenGen, Safaricom, Kenya Power, just to mention a few, public were allowed to, for the first time in Kenya's history, Wananchi. Wananchi, for those of you who are not Kenyans and familiar with the Kenyan lingo, Wananchi means citizens, or citizens could both invest in critical infrastructure entity and also share in the wealth. By the time the next government took over, Kenya had reduced power outages by over 60%. There was a time, for those of you who are much younger, to know in the 90s, between 8 o'clock and 6 o'clock, there was no power at all. For those of you older, I think you would have remembered at that time, there was no power. We used to have what we call power rationing. And it changed. Another 25% of Kenya's population of households were connected onto the power grid. And the road of shifting of power generation moved from what we had as diesel power and all that, just in that investment, Kenya was now on a path of going to renewable energy. Today, Kenya boasts to be one of the leaders in generation of energy, renewable generation. The goal is to reach past 90%. As at 2020, we were at 70%. Another thing, and bear with me, there's a reason why I'm going through a historical context that brings us here. Another thing that government did was a full adoption of information and communication technology into government operations and governance services. And this gave a rise into the ICT authority, what we know and what we today know as the Ministry of ICT. Just in one move, Kenya's leap forward into the information age made us a leader within the region. To date, over 13,700 kilometers of fiber cable have been laid within the Republic of Kenya. And if the government is true to its promises, we hope, another 100,000 kilometers of fiber cabling are going to be placed in Kenya in the next 5 years. Friends, this drastically reduced the cost of communications considerably, bridging the digital divide that had existed in our country. The third thing I want to say is still waters run deep. While all this was happening, the free primary education got over 5 million children. This was the fourth thing that government did. 5 million children who were once excluded from school because of costs, at that point, now have access to basic education. This is now law and is enshrined in our constitution here in Kenya. This notwithstanding, now we can see there is more pressure in secondary schools, having to build greater infrastructure to absorb a ballooning population of primary school graduates. Our secondary school education infrastructure is the most stressed right now because more needs to be invested there. Now, for over 20 years, almost 23 million Kenyans have benefited from this government policy. And the generation of Kenyans who have experienced this, I want to say, are the most privileged and fortunate. Free democratic space, digital government services, a robust transport and communication services, significantly low cost in communication, high access to internet, job creation, and I can continue to list more and more and more. According to the second quarter statistics of the Communication Authority, this was last year, over 47 million subscriptions to data and internet are happening right here through mobile broadband. The penetration of smartphones today stands at just above 60%. With a large population with access to the knowledge of Internet of Things, we now have a platform like this. All that I've told you has created an ecosystem like this to have a conference like this. We take that for granted. But history is important for us to understand and appreciate. A conference and platform like this would not exist had those policies been done. Indeed, Kenya has become a leader. My fellow colleagues who stood on this platform have been highlighting what is happening today, currently, and I've been following this online. Great insights and ideas that have come here, but none of this happens in a vacuum. I put it to you, these 20 million plus young people will be in Kenya's workforce starting in this year moving forward. I call them Gen Z. You know them. Unlike us, Gen Z and their younger brothers, Gen Alpha, are and will be users of AI and self-made cybersecurity applications that are not necessarily known to us today, but are being developed. Today, using MS, a Microsoft Copilot, using simple language. Simple language like you and I are using right now. You can prompt complex code and it will give you robust results. This emerging generation knows how to use those tools and are beginning to use them. These emerging generations are using new tools to automate tasks, slowly rendering trades out of business. In just a few years, you will not need graphic designers the way we use them today. There are DIY AI tools that are there. In marketing and customer care, AI-generated bots. We will not be needing the call centers that many of us do have. Just using these current tools that we have, they're still in development, but amazing, amazing things they are accomplishing. Let me give you one example. The media industry, the NTVs, the Royal Medias, and Standard Groups are today facing an existential challenge. This emerging generation does not buy newspapers. Anyone here 25 years of age and below who has bought a newspaper in the past 1 month? They barely watch television. Advertising has moved into digital platforms. And it's now influencers that are engaging consumers. Citizen TV is competing for space with a 21-year-old influencer who's creating content in her room with her mobile phone. And she has 250,000 followers and subscribers. Traditional media as we know it may not exist 10 years from today. It will have to adapt. This emerging generation is excellent at curating information. They're more confident because they can engage with a lot of information. And all of this is virtually. They're more confrontational, but face-to-face, they're confrontational avoidant, mainly because most of their interaction has been online. They are very idealistic, most informed of all generations in this country because of their access to information, have greater access to decision makers than any other generation. I can point out many more of these traits. But as we talk about cybersecurity, behind all these systems that we have here, these processes, they have people that operate them. Nothing operates in a vacuum. We have criticized this generation, Gen Z, as entitled, maybe spoiled. They do not look or work hard. They don't have the staying power. Our politicians call them faceless, nameless, and the list can go on. But there's something that I would like us to understand as they begin to join us in the workforce. I've given you a historical context and a current landscape. Here are things for us to consider moving forward as we talk about cybersecurity and the Internet of Things. COVID changed the way we work. It removed some of the infrastructure that we use, and that's why cybersecurity is now an even bigger issue, how we work. But the other thing is what happened on June the 25th here in Kenya. It showed us who Gen Z and Gen Alpha are. They are young people who are ambitious. They are young people who are exposed. They are young people who need to be mentored. What I'd encourage us as we begin to embrace this generation coming into the workspace is have a heart of empathy. teach them what it means to move away from this and engage on this. They do not have those tools available to them because they've been on social media a lot. Create an enabling environment for authentic interaction. Because I said systems do not operate in a vacuum. They may sound tough, but they're less skilled in human interaction and personal interaction. A key thing that makes our systems robust. And lastly, as I close, don't worry, lunch is just about to be served, I hope. And by the way, it's on me. I've paid it. It's on for, okay? No, I'm just kidding. How do we lead this generation? And this is what I want to encourage you as we move forward. One, recognize that the leadership distance is becoming smaller and smaller and smaller. A young person now can talk to the CEO like that, through an email, through a chat, through an X space. We can even talk to our president just by a tweet. I'll see you. This generation are so used to that, and a leadership distance is no longer respected the way other generations has done. So interaction is going to be different. Number two, interaction will have to be collaborative. Places for having champions is reduced. This generation does not celebrate champions. They celebrate collaboration. It is important we work on creating environments where we work together. As the last speaker put it, with this great African proverb, if you want to go fast, you go alone. Rather, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go with others. This generation actually embodies that. And lastly, as I close, most decision-making will be evidence-based, more on how you process information as opposed to a gut and a hunch. We're talking about the next generation. I thought my place is to give context, because what we talk over here does not operate in a vacuum. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, before we head for lunch, there are two announcements. One is from the Kenya School of Government, requesting to meet all public sector attendees at the corner there, as others are joining lunch hour. And then there is a ride shop tomorrow for those who want to register. They can be able to get more information on the Cyber Pro desk on the 5th floor. And I think we have a desk on the 6th floor as well. So thank you so much for the time. Let us take at least 30 to 40 minutes for lunch and then be back at 2:10. Thank you so much. Public sector, don't forget.
wacha kujidai. Hey, you over there, hey, you look familiar. Situkatike, mimi na wewe. Huyu chikiji akona bidii, ana dance huku huku na huku, na huyu jamaa huyu shujaa anajua kukata bila kuhata. Bet you feel like we moving, you underway, yeah. Ogopa DJ, wacha kudelay. Sisi tumefika, sasa tutawika.
Kama hiyo.
that information is very critical to you. So we want to make sure that you get as many of the slides as possible. Those people who give speeches, it might be difficult because they give the speech and come back with it. So that might be a bit difficult to get. But for the rest of the content, I believe it will be well. I believe that will be well. And then going forward, I think you will see us also more active in this space for cyber security and also for ICT. So going forward, even next year, we will take quite a leading role in the conference. So please also plan for next year. Also bring your colleagues. We will have a video conference for cyber security, possibly as government move it to KSG so that we have a section for students and another section for professionals. So that as they are addressing it, I think for the first year, last year and this year we've been mixing it. I think based now on the way we are going, we want to be able to split it so that when you are addressing questions, now we are addressing it together. And then we are able to have a feedback. So we hope that will be agreeable. But that sounds much better so that we separate the two. Now, I don't know if there are any questions also about the billing. One of the reasons we have decided not to do the beginning is because we know for many people we require the invoice after the event or the last day of the event. So we will be able to raise your invoices today. We should be able to get them tomorrow. I don't know, we'll use your registration details that have come and also for those who want to ask directly. I think the state AA, Kengen, who gave us the list of names. There are a few people who gave us the list of names. So now we'll be able to be appropriately. You know, conferences can be tricky because you build and then people don't show up. So it's always good to do it upon registration. So that is, I think, what we wanted to raise. If there are any questions concerning the conference, anything you want us to address, any clarification, please let us know now or in the future so that we can address them as we come to a close. Yes.
My name is Evans from
Yes.
Last week,
Okay.
last week I read about the that's the and what I noticed that I was told that there was sponsor you. That's what I feel.
Let's talk with you this after. Because I know the cost per participant, it's very minimal. We are just charging for lunch. It's 6,000. 6,900. It was just to get time for the lunch and for the water. We are not charging 90,000. So it was just a minimal amount because we are still doing. So that was the charge for about 6,900.
Because what I can say immediately, indeed, the sponsors were able to pay for hire of the place, for facilitators. As you could see, some of the facilitators came from abroad and so on, but not for the lunch, not for the meals.
That was the understanding there, but the costs for covering all that was. Any other clarification? Does seem to be okay. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, yes. Yes.
Next time, try and send the application.
How many did we sent them last month? Yes. We sent them last month. In fact, I think not even last month.
This is
September. Yes. We sent them. If you check the date, but we will send it at least 2-3 months. At least because the date will be clear so that you can plan. And the good thing is now we have your emails. We can also be able to send to you a copy just separate them. It will still be part of the same conference, but then we have the hackathon with the students on day one, and then we have the rest of us on another 2 years. And maybe I should say, we should not say, that's the challenges of coming to the university. Yes.
So for the, I think for the hackathon, it was for those who were interested in participating at least for job lines. The hackathon. It was only for the students. Anyone who try. You might think that you're up to date, where the hackathon thing is taking you back to class. Yeah, so we're about to do the presentation. Hackathons is also part of this event. Make it more interesting.
Maybe we could have a hackathon for us. Manalo.
No, it's this people
Oh, wow.
because this guy is learn from them. But I participated in it. And we're in groups. Yeah, so as a participator, I also last 2 things here, yeah? So it's a good for people because this is about the latest. Yes, skills. So don't put them aside. Yes, they have the knowledge. So next makes it better. That's good. Yes.
So we still can have combined hackathons.
Yes,
It makes it
yeah.
clear.
Yeah.
Maybe put the teams and we put two together.
Yes,
Combine teams with students.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes.
The illustration did not specify that the conference is starting from Tuesday to Thursday. So people can
Yes.
and Monday.
I think that the error, that one will accept that the program should have been attached to it clearer. But I think in the delays in getting the program done and out, and even putting it on the website, that one will be good.
Then my question is, you mentioned about terms. I just wanted to know if this conference
No, there are no certificates for this. Yes.
For some of us, especially in the masterclass.
The masterclass, I'll have to find out, because the masterclass was an event, and so part of this, let me just find out. I hope the masterclass was helpful. So was it? Yes. I saw 100.
My name is Kuchambu.
From? Government Press.
Okay, so one, maybe like in the future, we have such events. Probably you can have one representative to your research to be able to welcome people. So like when I came, I was looking for any KSG stand. Then the other issue is communication. If we live, when we live here, what channel do we use to communicate with you? Maybe you can provide us an email.
I think what we do, instead of me saying it's info.eldi@KSG, we can do it at the desk, so you can just ask us to go. But to communicate directly to the school, especially when something from this event and others going on, so you need to write to, you can see all the banners there have e-learning and development institute as opposed to now. So just communicate to us and we will give you all the information. Like we're saying, anything to do with IT, anything to do with technology, anything to do with e-learning, channel it to the institute so that it doesn't get lost. The info is very big. Yes. everywhere we go. So thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Have a good lunch, and we'll meet again for the closing. Thank you.
And we hope a forum such as this helps bring back your spirits.
Kenya kidogo kwa mkono, lakini kitu
So please, we're about to start. We're about to start. For those guys who are outside there and have finished lunch, please join us in the conference hall. We are about to start. The guys outside, please join us in the conference hall. We will be starting in the next less than 5 minutes. So please, the guys outside, join us in the conference hall.
Sexy, 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 baby, got the crazy, crazy. Your baby mama's favorite DJ, DJ Tex, the international boy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Hey guys, good afternoon. Yeah, I can see guys are now happy. I can see the hackathon team is in the house as well. So for those who are not aware, the event started on Monday, whereby we had a hackathon, capture the flag challenge for cybersecurity guys. It was a very intense challenge with over 400 participants in a group of 4. And today we'll be announcing and awarding our winners with cash money. With cash money. Wasinisahau kwenye ufalme wao. All right. So I want us to, we have very few presentations, and then an awarding ceremony, and then we close it up for Cyber Week Africa 2024. But as guys are coming in, let me just briefly talk about Cyber Pro. I've had a few guys asking me what we do and how to join us and how to partner with us. So in CyberPro Global Limited, our company is located in Hurlingham, Nairobi. So what we do is cybersecurity training. And our key focus, just like our theme, is industry practice. So we train on cybersecurity, and we are not vendor biased. So all these technologies that exist in our current market, we have them in the curriculum. So our curriculum is composed of different things from experts who come together to curate a standard curriculum, all the way from beginner level to advanced level management, that is executive training. We do that as well. And we introduced recently, we incorporated rather, an AI module in our trainings that is on machine learning, how to train models, how to test models, how to validate models. And of course, as most of the speakers have mentioned, the key challenge in AI, especially in our country or continent, is data, because AI is basically feeding on the past and the present data to be able to give a result or predict. But we're working towards that, so you can always inquire on our desks on how to either join us as a partner or as a learner. It doesn't matter whether you have IT background, because there is a foundational skills whereby as long as you have the interest, you can be able to, we take you through the course from beginner to advanced level. So that is what we do at CyberPro, as well as consultancy, services and products. What else am I forgetting, guys? Oh, jobs, careers. We usually post our careers or jobs on our website. So if you're interested to work with us, you can always be checking our website to get more information about the same. All right, so to jump right into the next speaker, the next legend, let me just read for you guys. We are honored to host a gentleman called Mr. Were Timothy, who is currently the Director of ICT at the State Department of Trade. He was posted from Kenya's Ministry of Information, Communication and Digital Economy. He holds a bachelor's degree in computer science from Egerton University and a master's of science in IT from Strathmore University, and another master's of arts in international studies from, of course, the UN. He's a National Defense College Kenya graduate, of course, with a course number. So it's a very comprehensive, very long bio. Oh, I think I should, it's my time now to brag. I also hold an MSc, by the way. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Mr. Timothy Were to have a presentation with us.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I'm happy to be here this afternoon. There is a presentation that I'm waiting for. Coming here, we were entertained by your teachers downstairs. I think this has given you time. Are some of them here? It's interesting times in Kenya. We talk about workforce, and of course, whatever they are doing, whatever they are striving for is to have better terms for their services. So as introduced, my name is Timothy Were from Ministry of ICT, but now posted to the State Department of Trade to support them with their computerization. I'm happy to be here. Thank you, John, for the invitation. But at lunchtime, he told me that my presentation is not needed. I need to be practical. So I'll really run through this presentation because maybe it was a bit theoretical. Where do I point? Which direction? Oh, this way. Sorry? Oh, it's moving. Yes. So this is just to give an idea of what is happening as far as government is concerned. I know my colleague, Dr. Kimuyu from NC4 had spoken of this. Unfortunately, I wasn't in that presentation. So if I repeat one or two things, bear with me. Okay, so just a brief presentation overview. Am I going back? Yeah. So as a ministry, we have a vision and a mission, and even for you as youngsters in this field and as professionals, you need to have a vision and a mission, but that is not important for today. Kenya has identified the ICT sector as a key enabler and also as part of the economy itself. And we as cybersecurity professionals, as cybersecurity students, need to be alert because cybersecurity does not operate in a vacuum. As shown there, we need to understand what are called adjacent domains, according to that study by Forbes, right? Cybersecurity does not exist in a vacuum. So there are issues of audit, there are issues of privacy, there are issues of risk, and of course the general governance of technology in whatever organization or in whatever place you have. You'll need to understand that if you are to be a good cybersecurity person. In a nutshell, looking at our profile as a country, you may have seen this also. What would be interesting there is that we have a lot of fiber. That's putting us on the digital superhighway. We'll be seeing more of that. There's a lot of mobile subscriptions, and this is more than the population, meaning that several people have one or two devices or more. And this is the main way in which we access the digital space through the mobile subscription, right? And of course, there's the issue of money M-Pesa that has really intertwined well with the digital space and given it a push. The estimate there is that Kenya's internet GDP, or the part of the GDP that can be associated with the ICTs, is up to 1.4 trillion Kenya shillings, and we are looking at approximately 10% contribution by the ICT field, all right? Of course, from government, there are focus areas that you may have heard of, which will mean that we push this ICT not only in the urban areas, but to the rural areas. You must have heard of the target of having 100,000 kilometers of fiber. The current focus is to ensure every administrative unit called a ward is linked by fiber optic cable in the country. And as we do that, we are spreading this countrywide. Of course, there's a public hotspots that are also being rolled out, in addition to other initiatives to try and develop the ICT sector, all right? Kenya is known for ICT innovation. According to some studies, we are actually third in terms of inflows or in terms of funding for ICT innovation after US and Nigeria. And in the morning, I was even in another conference hosted by Konza. This innovation space is a key driver for the development of ICT and the economy in general. So there's a lot of emphasis for people who have innovative ideas. There's a lot of funding out here. There's a lot of support. We even have an organization called Kenya Innovation Agencies. And as students, you should be able to know this. These are the people you should be able to get in touch with if you have an idea that you think should go to market or that should be developed further. It's a full parastaton, all right? Now, looking globally, the World Economic Forum gave some study, and they were looking at the risks, the global risks. And amongst the top 5, 2 of them touch on technology or IT. You can be able to see that we have number 2 as AI-generated misinformation and disinformation. And I think that's an aspect that should be covered under cybersecurity. So that is touted as the second most serious risk globally. And then number 5, we are talking about cyber attacks, as we shall be discussing shortly. In Africa, you can be able to see that Kenya is a target. If you look at that map of Africa, we get so many attacks from the global players, as you can be able to see there. And according to Seriano, we lose over $4 billion because of cyber attacks. And this could be directly through fraud or indirectly through disruptions and disturbances. In terms of cyber governance and our commitment, we were rated 5th a couple of years ago. We are still trying to see if we can be able to improve that, all right? So the cyberspace, as you know it, is evolving. Everything now is digital. Everything now is online. So it means everything is susceptible to being attacked, right? Before, you had cars being mechanical devices. Now they are basically computers on wheels. And it means that somebody can be able to attack, just as they attack a computer, they can be able to interfere with your vehicle. We have logistics companies that rely on ICT to be able to do their work. We have IoTs in our houses, right? So it means that ICT is a weak point, if not safeguarded, if not secured. It will be able to bring down a nation, it will be able to bring down a company. So that you must have heard somewhere that nations like the US are now looking at cybersphere as the 5th domain, right? Where they have land, water, air, and space as the 4 other domains that are run by the military. Now they are including cyberspace also as a domain that needs to be looked at by the military, all right? Is my time up? Almost. Whoa, okay, fine. So, of course, you are aware of new technologies that are coming up. Kenya has got a lot of critical national information infrastructure, right? For a moment, think of what would happen if M-Pesa goes down, as an example, right? That is a national infrastructure, all right? And there are many other infrastructure that are ICT controlled. The electric grid, there are ICT systems that control that, all right? We have the banking system, the payment system. If that goes down, then we have a problem, all right? So we have this, what we call the critical national information infrastructures that need to be protected. For the legal framework, I shall just gloss over that. We have the Kenya Information Communications Act, and this is what formed the Communications Authority, and it gives them a mandate over ICT and cybersecurity. We also have the Access to Information Act that mandates the government and bodies that hold public information to be able to share this with the public. We have the Data Protection Act that formed the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, given that we now give much value to data. Of course, we have the Computer Misuse and Cybercrimes Act. I've seen my colleagues from the NC4. I'm sure they've talked about this. And of course, there's a bill also on critical infrastructure protection. All right, this has not become an act yet, but I think it's going through the motions. So this controls the ICT space. I shall not go through them. We need collaboration. Very quickly, using the European Cybersecurity Skills Framework, we need to have people who are versed in these different arenas. When we talk of cybersecurity, it's not just a block. So, of course, at the top, we have the Chief Information Security Officer, and of course, you'll rise to that position after several years of being in the other roles. We have a cyber incident responder, the first person who reacts when something happens. We have the cyber legal and policy compliance officer. We have cyber threat intelligence specialist, an architect who puts this together, and an auditor who checks what you've done. Yeah, those are 6. There are 12 of them. There's education, and I think that's one of the strengths of CyberPro here, all right? There's the implementer, there's the researcher, there's the risk manager, right? And then there is a digital forensics investigators and penetration test. So if you go to the European Cybersecurity Skill Framework, it means that you need to have these skills if you are to have a proper security operations center to be able to manage your cybersecurity. So it is through this that somebody will rise, take on more responsibilities, and become a CISO, all right? Now, we are talking about work. What is the future of work, right? We have a youth bulge in the developing countries, meaning we have more hands probably than the work available. On the converse, in the developed nations, they have an aging population, right? Meaning that they don't have people to work. We are seeing a rural-urban migration, especially in the developing nations, where the youngsters are looking for opportunities in the urban centers, all right? And then we are looking at gig economy that has become very pronounced ever since we had the COVID pandemic, so that people are able to work short-term, people are able to do remote work, right? People have short-term contracts that they deliver. And of course, in all this ICT, we are talking of the fourth industrial revolution, that we are looking at the AIs, the robotics and all that, automation. And we may now turn to have an urban-rural migration in the near future if we have infrastructure in the rural areas and people are able to work remotely. That is what it looks like. So for us, the evolving regulatory environment, you can remember there was something on the accreditation of ICT practitioners. The government was trying to regulate and license the ICT practitioners, but this hit some headwinds. It's gone back to the kitchen, right? There's the issue of digital divide, where we are trying to be able to see that the rural areas and the urban poor areas are also enabled in terms of infrastructure. We have issues of cryptocurrency and other emerging technologies. Some of those I've already mentioned. There's the issue of skills gap. Even in the West, we don't have enough people who are able to manage this new digital space, right? We have the issue of jurisdiction. If you can work remotely, if you can attack remotely, then which jurisdiction are we talking about? So there's the issues of mutual legal assistance. There's the issue of funding. There's the issue of techno-nationalism. Because we rely a lot on assistance, you'll find that whoever is giving the assistance wants you to be able to use technology from their country. And this usually creates problems. The government is looking at creating a national, sectoral, and critical infrastructure security operations center, all right? And with this will come centers of excellence and research that will be able to engage those who are interested in this cyberspace. We're also looking at an agency just to deal with cybersecurity and also curriculum development, right? So in conclusion, we are looking at more investment in research, development, and promotion of innovation. And that's why I had mentioned earlier, we have organizations like Konza Technopolis, we have the Kenya Innovation Agencies, we have this institution and many others that are dealing with different facets of this subject that we are dealing with. We need to ensure that our citizens have knowledge and skills to be able to navigate this cyberspace. So I think I'll stop there. Dansan has been standing for very long. I'll be available for further engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Were, for the insightful presentation. So, in the interest of time, I think we should jump into the next speaker right away. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Dr. Leo Tabaski to have a presentation with us. Come on, guys, we have just come from lunch.
Hello. Good evening,
good afternoon, more correctly. We've heard most of the presentation during these days were describing the problems, the challenges, and the difficulties that we are encountering in our digital age. I want to focus on the workforce development issue because it turns out to be not as simple as many people would assume it would be, and it is not going away anytime soon. Now, before we go into workforce, we need to rethink the cybersecurity issue. It's typically people think about cybersecurity as a result of technology, which is, of course, true. Without digital technology, you wouldn't have the problems of securing this technology. However, this technology is not used for its own purpose. Yeah, what I mean, like for example, if we're talking financial services, computing, data, all of the things that we know are serving the purpose of financial stability, financial inclusions, more efficient transactions, and so on. If we mention another critical infrastructure, energy, then information technology, operational technology serves the purpose of more efficient energy generation, transmission, distribution, and so on. And it is true also in the context of the so-called ecosystem where this technology is deployed. Now, for the most time, we thought about critical infrastructure protection as identifying the important organizations or systems, assets, like we heard today, high-value assets, and protecting them. This is not enough. Yeah, this is not enough. This is not how systems work. The science of systems that established in the last 30 years that systems have common characteristics no matter what is the system for. And one of the important ones is that it is not enough to protect just the most visible, the most important elements, because it doesn't contribute directly to resilience. Resilience is emergent behavior from the interaction of different components. These components would be technical, organizational, and people. As we all know, people, process, technology. So what I'm presenting here is the approach that we developed in the last 4 years in the university, and then we worked for the World Bank, demonstrating it in large-scale projects that the World Bank finances, to achieve much more comprehensive and systematic cyber resilience, resilience of the digital dependent sectors, be it finance, energy, transport, healthcare, and so on and so forth. How do we model the sector? We created a model that, first of all, obviously recognizes that there are the key providers of the service. Yeah? Think about the power generation. A couple of big power plants are the most important, and we all know about it. However, we developed a systematic approach to improve the resilience of the entire sector. For that, we include in the efforts to assess and improve resilience, there are sectoral regulators, the supply chain, companies like CyberPro here who provide services and expertise to their clients in the country, and national agencies. Usually there are many more than one with some responsibilities for different aspects of cybersecurity. It will be a data protection agency, it will be a national incident response team, it will be the Ministry of IT Communications, and so on. All of them, in the experience elsewhere, all of them were not involved properly for various reasons in the efforts to protect critical infrastructure. And then after you start designing, and then you start discovering that there are other stakeholders who will be involved and so on,
this is a process that is very inefficient and exposes us all to critical risks. Now, then we have this simple scheme where you can assess the capabilities of different stakeholders in the sector and identify the most effective ways for improvement. And here, of course, I'm talking about people, which is in the middle, the column in the middle. This is just a result of a heat map. What are the relevant capabilities? It's just for illustration. So the important work starts after the assessment, and here I'm plugging back in to the workforce development. Yeah. We have different frameworks, such as most famous, of course, it's the NICE framework of the United States. It's a good framework. Don't use it. Yeah. Impossible. Impossible even in the United States. It's too complicated. It's too good. It's too detailed. It is not feasible to do. Maybe the Americans will be able to do it eventually, but it's just too much. It's not just a matter of opinion. I hope you will start agreeing with me soon. So, as I said, we have 4 different classes of stakeholders, and each one needs some sort of skills in cybersecurity. But these skills are greatly different, and I will show you exactly what I mean and why is it important for the purposes of policy and education and training. So here, I'm first starting with the big key entities. For example, commercial banks, if it's a financial sector. You have the core business people. Of course, the bank exists not to protect the system. The bank exists to make money by giving you loans and taking savings from you. Yeah? So these core business people obviously need to understand how their work changes due to digital transformation. In this financial sector, this is probably the case. In others, take electricity, this is much less likely to be the case. They need some understanding, they need some skills, but they don't need the certificates of network engineer or cyber defender or something like this. Then you have the leaders and the managers. Without their understanding, nothing will happen in any organization. Yeah? They need something concise, high level, that is tailored to their needs in order to understand strategically the risks and opportunities and then drive investments and strategy of the organization. Of course, you have IT and OT professionals that there are some overlaps between security and IT. We don't want to create clear distinctions. Obviously, there will be departmental distinctions. This guy is doing IT infrastructure, and this lady is doing IT security. Ideally, we want to upskill a little bit those who are doing already this work in order to maximize the utility of the employees. No one has unlimited resources, yeah? Nowhere. It simply doesn't work like this in any way. You cannot say, you can say now, okay, we have 10 IT guys and now we need 5 security guys. It's a very difficult proposition. It most likely will not succeed. So here there will be like more modular approach, find the ways that upskill and generate value depending for organization. Then you have the administrative workers, human resources, legal. With all the respect to things like 0 days, they don't happen in reality. They're extremely rare. Most of the breaches start with abuse of privileges, intentional or unintentional, and abuse of known vulnerabilities and patched vulnerabilities. So for example, people who have been employed by the company, they have privileged access to different things. One day they resign, they terminate it. How long does it take to revoke their administrative credentials? Yeah? In many places, we will see that it's done on paper, it goes through HR, and people will be in possession of administrative access, full access to the organization's network, even though they're not employed. It's just one example. Then, of course, there are plenty of others in legal and other departments. So this is about the main, let's say, employment of IT security professionals, the organizations themselves. Moving on to what we call sector regulators. We had a presentation here from a representative from the central bank. In this case, he was in the division that protects the central bank. More importantly, the main role of the central bank is to issue different directives, regulations, policies for the organizations that are in the sector, to ensure financial stability, to support economic growth, financial inclusions, and so on. These, of course, include all sorts of risk guidance about IT risk. This needs to be current and enable efficient operation. The one bad outcome is when there are no regulations at all. A worse outcome even when you have outdated regulations. For example, something says that you cannot, all of your core data should be in the bank's control, something like this, which prevents outsourcing of different services, and it's not justified anymore from a technological perspective. So the guys that work there, they are not IT guys. They don't care about IT. This is not their profession. They're economists. If we take electricity, these guys are power engineers and all sorts of different professions. Their core mission is not cybersecurity, but they need, and we as a society need, that they will have adequate understanding and expertise, language to ask the right questions, to be able to consume adequately and relevant knowledge from different places, to streamline the resilience efforts, including security. Roles and responsibilities too. There are often too many, let's say, too many managers, yeah? So there are too many reporting lines, too many requirements for compliance. So cybersecurity will be a classical way. Some sort of national agency will require that you report what you are doing in incidents and so on, but also the central bank. They are rarely talking with themselves, creating unnecessary burden. And these things also depend on education of the personnel. There's no like a clear way that to do it, simply because of technology exists to do it, to report once and share information. You need training and education. The critical element of every sector is the supply chain. Yeah? It became very popular recently in the jargon, but it's always been there. The IT service providers, there's, even in purely technological companies, no one does everything in-house. You always rely on a large number of individual experts and companies and so on that have access to your networks, therefore posing a risk. And they are the ones that you go to procure services. So for example, if there are no market conditions that facilitate this market of service providers, the overall cybersecurity of that nation will be way lower than it would be were there market conditions. So these are typically would be relatively rare and advanced areas of expertise, not the things that you can employ and justify full employment in your company, but things like advanced forensic, incident response, technology-specific, vendor-specific training. And for that, it is essential to get as much international cooperation as possible, because as we all know, most of the software and devices come from United States, China, and a small number of other markets. And there's no reason to reinvent the wheel, try to upscale people without working with foreign providers. For that, you need market condition and competition and many local providers of IT services with their specific training needs, which are different, again, from those we typically expect. And finally, you have the relatively new phenomenon of national cybersecurity agencies, such as the National CERT or policy agencies. These guys have typically a legal authority to require all sorts of things. Rarely they have the right skills. And they, that's from the STIC point of view. You have sticks and carrots. So from the sticks point of view, they need the right education. They don't need to be operational experts. They need to understand some things, but not others. They're not doing your hands-on security job of organizations. But things like the company that presented Pantera, like security validation, this is a good thing that they should know it exists. It can make everyone's work much easier and efficient instead of sending you a questionnaire to the critical infrastructure operating and asking them, how good are your protections, or how many administrative passports do you have, or what type of security do you use? You can do it at scale automatically if you have the right product and people, and dramatically improve the efficiency of the whole process. Finally, at some stage, these national agencies are able to provide services. Yeah? For example, let's take two critical infrastructure sectors, energy and finance, and then healthcare. They all need incident response capabilities, but no one can justify retaining this talent full-time, this talent will be idle for hopefully 99% of the time because no incidents has happened. So that makes sense, and some countries are already doing this, to procuring services from the market, including hiring new people that work directly, to a national cybersecurity agency, and then providing these services as where necessary, according to predefined regulations and the service level agreements, to critical infrastructure operations and the government and so on. So to sum up, there are different links between different actors, and there are also different skill sets. So we recommend against taking a large number of people and putting them through the same, let's say, career path, through the same studies. On the contrary, there is a lot of work to identify the relevant necessary needs with the most promising return on investment. And these skills will be also short-lived. So the recommendations are here. Yeah, we're running out of time, but there is a great potential in this country, as you all know, or maybe you don't. You have there's a huge amount of talented youth. There is English language, and there are market conditions that in principle will promise people higher salaries than in other areas. So you got to scale up commercial training because there is market demand for it. There are some recommendations for other sectors, which I suppose this presentation will be shared online or something like this. So we won't go all to it. And to sum up, there is no need to do what other countries in Europe and Asia have been doing, trying to reinvent the wheel, trying to create their own frameworks for education, and then ending up with the same problem that this doesn't seem to be as effective as people hoped. Yeah. So you gotta start fast and small without a Kenyan national certified framework. Just take what is there, combine modules, and offer it to people. It will deliver drastic improvements, as we've seen in other places. And from the economic perspective, there is a problem of brain drain. Yeah? There are, in many places, we see that trained IT people have been seduced by foreign markets and leave in the country. This is another reason why standard education programs for upskilling workforce are not going to be effective. You got to work hard to identify the competitive advantages and the specific needs, and this will result not only in better security but in sustainable market conditions. Okay, so I'll stop. I think I'll stop here, and thank you again for the opportunity to come and talk to you.
Thank you, Dr. Leo. I've interacted with him a couple of times, and he's very good with research. So thank you for pouring your wisdom and knowledge to the audience of Cyber Week Africa 2024. Now, I only want us to engage with 3 of my jokes again before I invite the next speaker, so don't get tired. We only have 2 presentations, and then we will have our awarding and gifting ceremony, and then we will close the event. So cheer up, we are almost getting done. So the first joke is this. Microphone, guys. Hope you're ready. With the microphone? Okay. The first joke is this. Why do hackers have trouble in Nairobi? Why do hackers have trouble in Nairobi? Microphone. Too many? Do we really have too many hackers in Nairobi? Okay, okay. Who wants to try very fast? In the interest of time. Yes, please. We only have 1 mic. Yes, the gentleman there. That's a good one. That's a good one. Any other trial? Yeah, there's a gentleman back there. Very fast, please. Kanjo. If you think it could be a lie, try interacting with them sometime. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, okay. So I'll give you my answer. I would say, on a fair note, the 2 answers are correct, but the answer is probably maybe they couldn't handle the traffic in Nairobi. I don't mean any offense, like Mombasa Road, yeah? That was the first one. The second one, very fast. Why don't Kenyans need antivirus? It's not literal, so. To sell it? Businessman here. Okay. Come on, guys. Give it.
A project I was actually working on.
Okay.
So.
Bro is selling himself. No, I just want you to respond to the joke. Maybe you'll meet some of us out there and then we can discuss about the project.
So ideally, let's say we have something like an XDR. When an incident actually happens, you'll get
Wow.
like a couple of pieces where you can actually follow from one place and trace it to the other. Unlike now having an antivirus where it will just block something. You don't need to block or delete anything. You actually need to know why is it there and how did it get there, so that you can actually have a good overview of how all that happened.
Thank you. What's your name? What's your good name?
I'm John Keguru. My hacker name is Trusty. We were in the winning team.
Yeah, the concept he was. Sorry, the concept he was talking about is called the unknowns that mostly the traditional antivirus cannot really handle. But that is a concept for another day. Not really the answer I was expecting, but yes, you're right. Just one more trial. One more trial. Ah, okay.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm Perpetua. It's because they don't want to catch safaris.
Fair?
Yes,
Fair? Yes.
Yes, majority of users don't know how much of their data gets into that way. So that's why they become ignorant of using antivirus.
This room is full of geniuses. Thank you, Fred, my good friend. Well, some of the answers I was expecting are, well, my answer is because we use nyamachoma to kill all the worms. But yes, what they have said is true and right. So the third and the last one is, where is it? Why do hackers avoid Kenyans online? I'll give you a hint, KOT. Okay, now I'll give you my answer so that we can save on time, because Kenyans on Twitter really type faster than hackers. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for that session. So my next speaker on stage, this is a good one. I usually like her presentations. So she's called Mary. She's an award-winning, aeronautical engineer. You guys are not out. She's an award-winning aeronautical engineer, mental health advocate, and an entrepreneur. She's respected for connecting with clients from all levels, analyzing diverse businesses, identifying untapped opportunities, and delivering innovative and strategic solutions. Mary is a natural leader and a master at energizing teams by giving them the confidence they need to succeed and excel while doing so. Her passion lies in mental health, leadership, and entrepreneurship. She holds a bachelor degree in engineering, in aeronautical engineering, and an ongoing master's in psychology. She's currently the founder and CEO of Starway Global. I mean, we wouldn't have finished without mental health. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mary.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Clap once if you can hear me. Clap twice if you can hear me. Thank you. I know I'm the last one, so some of you might be tired, bored, but this is one of the most important sessions. I'll ask you to pardon me because of my voice. I am battling a virus, as you're talking about. But I'll try to be as audible as I can. I am normally very energetic, so I'm saving all the energy I have to do this presentation. Great. I have 15 minutes, so I will try as much as possible to stay within that time. As Dunstan has said, my name is Mary Njoki Karanja. I am an aeronautical engineer, award-winning aeronautical engineer, entrepreneur, and also refer to myself as a change catalyst. And today I'm here to talk about cyber psychology and cyberspace mental wellness. I thought there'll be a screen in front of me, so you'll allow me to also refer to my screen here. Okay, I like engaging the audience when I am presenting. So since Dunstan has already asked a couple of questions in cybersecurity, I will ask a question in the line of AI, and I want to see who will get the answer right for a free therapy session. Actually, if you get both answers right, because there are two questions. So the first one is, when was the first chatbot built? Please put your phones down. Since we are first chatters, as tumesikia, put your phones down. Najua msha Google. So when was the first chatbot built? So I'll ask another question to see. Hands up, hands up. When was the first chatbot built? In which year? Maybe I can ask that. Anyone guess? 2001? No, it wasn't even in this century. That one has really Googled fast. 1966, correct. What was the name of the chatbot? Don't search that one. What was the name of the chatbot? Eliza, great. And what was the function of that chatbot? Even ndio unashikanga watu. To chat, as a what? Yes, to chat, correct. As a what? As a psychotherapist. So since you got the answer right, you will get a free therapy session from Starway Global. Good, to ensure that your mental wellness is in place. Great. So now I'll move on to the presentation because of time. I had 2 more questions. I'll ask one at the end, and we can start. So cyber psychology is the study of, I hope the slides will move with me. The person moving the slides, kindly move so that we can move with the audience. Cyber psychology is a study of the impact of technology on human behavior. Another question, this one is not for a free therapy session. What percentage of the globe uses technology? Anyone can give a guess? Currently in the world. Oh, you can't hear me? Remote. Oh. On top. No, there's no. For me to move the slide. That's why I wear specs, guys. Yeah. Right. Great. Good. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's good to look at the audience. Yeah, so I was asking, what percentage of the world is connected to technology? Sorry, what did you say? Oh. I'm really doing a bad job. Yeah, 67.1. Yes, so 67.1 of the world population, Nihoma guys, sorry, is connected to technology, and that represents 5.44 billion of 8.1 billion. So the joke I usually like saying is, just in case you get heartbroken, know that there's 8.1 billion people in the world. Yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah, that's a slight joke. And next we'll talk about mental wellness, because majorly that's what we're here to talk about. I know we've covered so much this whole week on cyber security and all that entails that, but then I'd want to focus my attention on mental wellness, because most people in the cyber security space are always on toes and have to stay one step ahead. As we have heard from Dunstan, there are always people looking to hack into your systems. So one of the things that people in the cybersecurity space or even techies suffer from is mental health problems. And to look at what proper mental wellness is, it is a positive state of mind in a holistic sense. And the signs of mental wellness, as we can see, include emotional resilience, that is being able to cope with life's challenges, such as what is going on in the country today. 2 is being aware of your strengths and abilities. How many people in the room would say that they are self-aware? Put your hands up. Okay, up so that I can see, because clearly I couldn't even see this thing in front of me. What percentage of people in the room are self-aware? Yeah. Or what percentage of self-awareness do you think we have? Oh yeah, okay, we can also rephrase to that. But now that will mean people to start answering in different percentages. Okay, I see. Okay, so 10 to 20 in terms of self-awareness. 20 to 30. 30 to 40%. 40 to 50%. Okay, so all of us are above 50% in terms of self-awareness. Oh, great. That is a good thing. And we will see how to improve that as we go along. All right. Also, healthy relationships are a sign of mental wellness. This is not just romantic relationships. It also includes relationships with people like your coworkers, your colleagues at school, since we are in the University of Nairobi, and your social relationships. Lastly, ability to work productively. And that's mainly what we'll be focusing on. And we'll be talking about terms such as work overwhelm and burnout. How many people in this room would say that they are currently productive? Like they feel they are attaining productivity? I would give it 70% plus. We have a few hands. All right. For the ones whose hands are down, that is why I am here. I am here for you. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, this is what I want to see. Today we'll be talking about work overwhelm. And I think I'd want to hear from the room. This is one of the terms that is used widely right now. Work overwhelm and burnout. Is there anyone who wants to define what they think work overwhelm is for us? The mic will come to you by show of hand. Yeah, there's a hand here. When you have too much to handle. Okay, that's actually right. Anyone else? Okay, I will take it that us we are not overwhelmed with work. Oh, great. Yes, not being able to strike a work-life balance. One of the things I've been saying of late is I actually don't think work-life balance exists in the times we live in now, and we will talk about that. Yes? When you carry work home, that... Yeah? What if you're just not a poor planner? What did you say? Sorry? Oh, those working from home. You carry it from the workstation to the living room. Okay. I hear you. Though there is a twist to that. Are there people who would you also say that the people who carry work home because they are unable to manage their time well? Do you think that's also true? So that's usually a debatable topic. But as he said, yes, carrying work home could also be an indicator of work overwhelm. Great. So what is work overwhelm? It's feeling emotionally or mentally overloaded by the tasks, responsibilities, or expectations associated with work. And some of the things that are caused of impacts of work overwhelm include decreased productivity, burnout, and a negative impact on mental health. So let us look at some of the signs of work overwhelm. That is feeling overwhelmed, which encompasses emotional, cognitive, and physical symptoms, actually. So that involves us. What would you think, or do you think, are some of the signs of work overwhelm? One is carrying work home, as you said. Two, work-life balance. Any other? I can hear whispers. You can just raise your hand and then the mic will come to you. This is an engaging session so that you don't sleep. And I usually say as long as you have a brain, mental health affects you in one way or the other. Just like a car with an engine will always be affected by mechanical problems. Yeah. Go on.
Procrastination and avoidance behavior.
I can see you read my slides real quick, but yes, procrastination and avoidance behavior, that's right. Any other? One more?
Cluttered closet.
Cluttered closet actually could be an indicator of overwhelm. And disorganized, yes. Any other? Last one from a lady. Ladies in the house. Any lady? There's no right or wrong answer. At least in wellness there isn't.
Headaches.
Yes, headaches, migraines, that's true. And I actually suffered from that at some point. I think I should also mention that I, at some point, during COVID, got overwhelmed and eventually got burnt out. And there's a difference between overwhelm and burnout, just that we tend to use them interchangeably, and we'll see the difference as we move on. So these are some of the signs of work overwhelm: feeling constantly stressed or anxious, low energy, lack of motivation, headaches, stomach aches, fatigue, procrastination, and avoidance behaviors, as was said, and difficulty focusing, concentrating, and making decisions. In the times that we are living in, we are time crunched and overscheduled. That's the reality. And most times you'll find people tend to get reply, for example, their WhatsApp messages late, reply to their emails late, and you'll find someone asking the question, where will I get the time to do all that I have? That's also a sign of overwhelm. Let us now look at the impact. So the slides. Okay, the impact of overwhelm on mental health. One, it causes sleep disorders. So if you find yourself struggling to sleep, either sleeping, most times you'll end up sleeping less. It could be a sign that you are overwhelmed with work. And this ends up impairing your cognitive functions, and hence you become unproductive. To give an example of what I mean by cognitive functions, it's those times when you feel you're just foggy or hazy. You go sit in the office or wherever you work from, you're trying to focus on the work that you need to do, but you're unable to focus or get your deliverables done. That is what I mean by cognitive functions being affected. Next is burnout. Now, work overwhelm does lead to burnout, but they are two different things. And we will see, I think they are not in this presentation. So there's actually a difference or markers of work overwhelm and burnout, and I will share them with us. Another sign is high stress and anxiety. If you're always feeling your heart is racing, you're unable to be calm, or you're speaking too fast. Those people who speak like they're rapping. Hi, my name is Mary, and I come from here, and I'm going. That is a sign of you being anxious. So maintaining a good pace of speech is a sign of being stable. Let me say stable. Yeah. Next is isolation, substance use, depression, and finally, imposter syndrome. So I just want to talk about isolation and substance use because these are things that affect us in our current time and age. As cybersecurity experts or people in tech, one of the things that we do is we tend to work remotely or hybrid. And this can easily lead to isolation. So you're just in your house working from home and you rarely get to interact with people. What I encourage people to do is you can form virtual working communities where you get people that keep you accountable as you do your work to avoid feeling isolated on top of the overwhelm. And in terms of substance use, you'll find people cope with their mental health issues by running to things such as alcohol or drugs. And Nairobi is known to be the streets of sherehe. So today is Thursday. Tomorrow is Friday. Actually, weekend imeanza leo. So the people who are just waiting, I am going to release my stress for the week. Kesho, ile wimbo inasemanga aje. Wednesday ni kazi, Thursday something, Friday ni kama, you know that song? Yes, so that is what we do. But that's not the best way to handle and deal with overwhelm. Okay, let me go to the practical strategies. So what can we do to manage work overwhelm? One is prioritization techniques, and there's something called the Eisenhower matrix that helps us prioritize tasks from important, urgent, and things that need to be delegated. So this is a tool that can help us who have multiple tasks to do or run, manage our time effectively. So this is what the Eisenhower, it's called Eisenhower matrix looks like. So there's do, decide, delegate, and delete. Ideally, when you have, let's say you're at the start of your day, you have 10 tasks to do. This is a tool that can help you organize the tasks that are urgent from what is not urgent. And this way, it can help you manage your overwhelm. So I'll try rush a bit because I can see Dan is smiling at me here. Next is time management strategies. One of the things that lead to overwhelm is you setting unrealistic goals for yourself. So it's very important to set realistic timelines and goals as you're working. Using time blocking techniques such as the Pomodoro technique that I'll take us through, limiting multitasking and focusing on one thing at a time. Techies and watu wa tech. I know we are very good at multitasking. Kwanza, you have a job, and then you've taken up 2 side hustles, and then you're also running your own company, mini company with your friends. That's a good recipe to lead to overwhelm. But there's a theory that says multitasking can actually lead to less productivity as opposed to focusing on one thing at a time. So I'll just take us through the Pomodoro technique. This is one thing that you can use to manage your time as you work. And there's actually an application you can download to do this. One is, of course, you set a task, and then you set a timer for 25 minutes. You work and focus on one task. Say again with me, one task. Please say again with me, one task. How many? One. Not, I am emailing for 5 minutes, reply WhatsApp 3 minutes, nipige simu 5 minutes. One task. Focus on one task for 25 minutes, then work on the task, take a break for 5 minutes and repeat that 4 times, then eventually take a 15 to 30 minutes break. I personally used this technique or have used it, and I have seen it working, especially on the days you have so many things to do and it feels overwhelming. This is called the Pomodoro technique. These slides can be availed to you by Dan. I give him my permissions to share. So you don't need to take photos, but if you want to, that's okay. Then also effective communication. This includes setting boundaries with colleagues and supervisors, learning to say no when necessary, and seeking clarification on tasks. So one of the things that make us suffer is, let me just say how we were brought up. We were brought up to be yes men, to be nice, and there's a difference between being nice and being kind, to just say yes to everything. But that can land you in problems. Actually, statistically, I just recently learned that right now the #1 cause of death is hinged on work. And what do I mean by this? You'll find someone got a heart attack because they were so stressed at work, and they never got time to rest, and then eventually got a heart attack and died. The cause is written as heart attack, but the root cause of it was hinged on work. Next is, so basically for this one, please learn to say no and set boundaries even with your work. And for boundaries, this includes when you stop working, when you start and when you stop working. I have an alarm on my phone that rings at a certain time that is called stop working, because I also need to keep myself accountable. If you need to set certain measures for yourself to ensure that you're setting boundaries with yourself and work, please do so. Next is self-care strategies. Prioritizing regular breaks throughout the day. It can be as simple as standing and doing a stretch, or taking a break to go get water. Most of us barely hydrate, and that is one of the tips of self-care, just simple hydration. Engaging in physical activity to reduce stress. Watu wa gym? Is there anyone? Watu wa gym in the house? Yay! I also started going to the gym. So Saina lift 15 kgs. I feel nice. That also helps. And then practicing mindfulness and relaxation techniques. And we will do one together. And then also technology and tools, productivity tools such as the Pomodoro one I've talked about. You can also use Trello, Asana to help you manage your time well, and automating repetitive tasks to save time and effort. Calendar is so important. That is one of the productivity tools that most people don't make use of. Scheduling things that need to get done. Next is, finally, is seeking support. That is reaching out to colleagues, mentors, or support groups, and seeking professional help. So I will share our contacts for you to reach out to us for help. And it's not always that you have to talk to a therapist. At times, you just need to talk to your friend or your colleague or your mentor and just tell them, I am having ABC, and they're able to support you through. Dan, before you chase me out of the stage. Focus, this is the quote that I would say, focus on important tasks, reduce overwhelm, and achieve work-life harmony. I'd said earlier that I don't think there's work-life balance. I honestly think right now it's work-life harmony or work-life integration. where you are integrating these things to work for you. Because balance means it's 50-50, and you'll find that there are days it's 70-30, 65-35, and so on. That's the whole essence of work-life harmony. And finally is a quote that in the midst of chaos, there is also opportunity. This is by Sun Tzu, or Zhu. How do we say that word? Chu. Sancho, yeah, that one. And this is how you can reach out to us at Stawi Global. I had said I will mention some differences of overwhelm and burnout, so allow me to do that real quick. Dan, if you may, because the slides are a bit different. So one is difference between overwhelm and burnout. Overwhelm involves over-engagement. Burnout, you're totally disengaged. So in this case, when you're burnt out, you can, even if you want to, you can't even put your best efforts in anything. Two is worry versus detachment. So when you're overwhelmed, let's say you have a lot of work, your boss is giving you pressure, you're like, when will I finish this, the first one, the second one, the third task, you're worried about things. But when you are burnt out, you're totally detached from it, and you have given up and don't care enough to even worry about the work. That's number two. Number three is for overwhelm, there is the if I can just get everything under control, it will be okay sort of feeling. But for burnout, it's I don't even see any hope of getting things under control. So, sijali, oh yeah, it's the same song. You just don't care. That's a sign of burnout. Fourth is a sense of urgency versus giving up. So for overwhelm, that's actually how the anxiety or anxiousness comes about because of that. And then in burnout, you totally have given up. And finally is overreactive emotions versus no feeling. So people who are overwhelmed, I don't know if this has happened to you in an office, you'll find you ask someone a very simple question, they give you a very harsh answer. Sionduka print, or they just talk to you, but you're like, you ever had this saying of, uyo alikosana na bibi yake jana, ama uyo alikosana na the husband. You have thought that at some point. That's a sign of overwhelm. But then for burnout, you have no feelings at all. Your emotions have become blunted, or what people call numb. All right? So you've learned the difference between overwhelm and burnout. Lastly, we will all do a grounding technique or a breathing technique that you can use when you're feeling overwhelmed or anxious, or your heart is racing, or what people call panic attacks, and you're not able to regulate yourself. At least you have a takeaway or something you can apply going forth. Sawa? All right, I want us to all sit up on our seats. For those who are standing, you can lean on a wall, on a wall pale nyuma. So sit up on your seats. At least you get to stretch. And put one hand on your chest and one hand on your stomach. How many people have we put one hand on our chest and one on our stomach? We are good. Okay. How many people have put their right hand on their stomach? Hands up. If you're, okay. Right hand on their stomach. Okay. How many people have put their right hand on their stomach? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If you're left-handed, put your hand down. So how many have put their right hand on their stomach? Okay. We can see what is more important to you between your heart and your stomach. That's on a light note. But normally you'll tend to put your dominant hand will go to protect your vitals, right? Okay, so we are going to do a breathing technique. It's called the 4-7-8 breathing technique. So we'll breathe in for 4, hold for 7, and breathe out for 8. And when we are breathing out, don't breathe out. No, and also don't breathe out through your nose. I want you to breathe out through your mouth. You can make a sound or whichever works. This is free space. Ukita, lakini si upige nduru. Not that now you start screaming. All right, so let's go. And I'll count for us. Breathe in for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold for 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Breathe out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now you can release. Nilisikia mtu hapa amefanya, nilikusikia, I heard you. So we'll do it one more time. Okay. Hand on your chest and hand on your stomach. Oh, another thing, when you're breathing in, you should not suck in your stomach. If that's what you've done, that's the wrong thing. Because remember biology, when air goes in, diaphragm goes out. So your stomach should be in a toka when you're breathing in. So don't hold your stomach. No one is looking. Just let the air get in. So breathe breathe in for 4, 7, and 8. Your stomach goes out when you're breathing in. Last one done. So let's breathe in. Okay, I'll count for us. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Breathe out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How do we feel? Are we feeling relaxed? That's what you should do next time you're frozen at your desk or you're having a panic attack or a driver anakuhutia kwa barabara and you want to scream at them. That's what you should practice. That's it from me. Thank you very much.
Now you see, all of us have loved her presentation. Last one. All right, so we are coming towards the end of our presentation. We just have one more panel discussion, and it's mostly to engage with you guys. So it's an open panel discussion, and it's called Moving Forward. So we have spoken about so many things on matters of cybersecurity and artificial intelligence. So moving forward, what do we do as the three entities? You are either in the academia, you are either in the industry, or government. So I would like you guys to help me introduce the panelists and the moderator for this session. Moderator is Benjamin Wendo. Welcome, please. Panelists, we have Dr. David Njoga. Please welcome Dr. We have Fred from the Parliament of Ghana. Fred, are you around? We have, the guy got my attention. We have John Kiguru from JKUAT. He's a student there. Because now we have to start from the roots, which is the academia, and it would be very unfair to make decisions for them without them being informed. So we can give them an opportunity to as well tell us. He's moving up the stairs like a champion. Do we have Vera in the house? Okay. As she's coming, we have Justice Odikro. Okay. So I think you can take it over.
Thank you. The process is simple.
Sorry, I forgot one very important panelist, Rael Shitanda. Please, Rachel.
As we wait for Vera and Rael, And if Vera is not coming, we will have another individual from KSG. And the process is simple. I have had conversations with delegates, and some of them actually stopped me and told me, I have a very serious question that I need to ask in the Q&A. Please don't ask a serious question. It's not supposed to be serious. It's supposed to be a conversation between academia, industry, and government. And now it is at that time when we want to look forward. We want to look forward to 2025. This is Cyber Week Africa 2024. And I know you have been seated for a while, and you have done some breathing, but you can stand. Just stand for like 30 seconds. Just standing. And ask the person next to you while you're standing. I'll give you the questions when you're standing. Everyone has to stand because they have to ask a question to the person standing next to them.
Why are you standing?
Okay, yeah, the first question was, why am I standing? Okay, yes, the answer, but how do you want to see Cyber Week Africa 2025? Ask that person. Yes, they are all answers. I have heard it more better, more very organized, more space, more talking time. More? Global COVID? Oh, global coverage. Yeah, more global coverage because there's what? Stomach? Okay, please, let's get seated. It is that excitement when you are like in an exam. I'm just saying, I'm not sure. There are some tasks that are challenging. But even the effort to participate in Cyber Week Africa 2024 is a win. Whether you're online, whether you're physically here, it's a win. And we have all won. This 2024 is a success. So what we need now, it's, let's just say, soft observations and moving to 2025. Because for sure, looking forward, it's Cyber Week Africa 2025. We will do it, all of us. We will do it 2025. So what we need is your observations and just the report of the Cyber Week will come out and everyone will get to have access to the report. Why or how? I have heard people asking, where are the rapporteurs? Yes. Rapporteur number one is Chege. The guys who are seated up there, they have captured every conversation that we have had in this conference. So we are going to, using our skills and not AI, this one we will have to transcribe using our skills and produce a report that we are going to share. So we are going to, okay, I'm going to ask my panelists to say just one name, and the question that you're going to ask, you must ask to that particular individual, even when you don't know the other second name, or you don't know their profession, or you don't know whether they are government, academia, or student, although we have a problem of identity. He's an obvious student, but don't target him. Just ask one question to one person, and we will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 questions concerning Cyber Week Africa 2024. And then after the questions that you have asked, and make sure that please you spread them to each one of them, each speaker is going to give a way forward, their opinion. It doesn't have to be organized or constructive, or it's your view on how we should move forward to 2025. And it should be brief. The paragraph should be 10 words. Okay, I know it's difficult to have 10 words, but just make it short. So please, let's begin by the names. Thank you. Just the name, one name. Microphone. Hello. 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 I was told if you're a millionaire, you count 1 million, 2 million. Test the microphone. There. Okay, I think I am loud enough. Vera. That's number one.
I think I should say 1 billion, 2 billion.
Yes.
Vera. My name is Vera.
Mine is Frederick.
Mine is Rachel.
I'm Joanne.
Sorry, we didn't hear your name.
I'm Joanne.
Sorry?
Joanne.
Joe? We have not heard your name yet. We have not heard your name. Okay, use that one.
You can refer. Sorry, you can refer to me as John.
John.
I'm Justice.
Justice.
David.
And David. Now the questions from the audience. Anyone? John will be the last one. John, you are not eligible to ask questions. Yes. Any question, a burning question about Cyber Week Africa 2024? Yeah, there's one there. Make it short, brief.
Thank you, moderator. My question is directed to Vera. Vera, I want to see the next Cyber Week well attended. I want to see all these seats occupied, even up the closing time we are still full house. What could we do to ensure this is achieved next year?
Very good question for Vera. Yeah, there is another question here. Here. Sir?
Kamau Monk is my name. Question is to Justice. How do we make sure whatever we discuss here is translated into the industry practically?
Very good question. Another question? Please, don't make me pick you. Yeah, a volunteer is here.
Michael Mutisia, and I'm directing my question to Dr. Joga. Maybe in the next 2024 Cyber Week Africa, will it be possible perhaps to have practical sensitization or capacity building so that we can be able to deal with cyber threats back in our families, to how to handle threats that are affecting our small brothers and sisters back at home, likes of cyberbullying, likes of or like predators, sexting, and maybe sharing of personal data.
Very good, very good question. We have 3 more. Yes. Remember, you have to mention a name.
My name is Arnold Jagi.
Uh-huh.
My question is to Dr. David.
Again, no, Dr. David has a question. Pick another name.
Rachel.
Rachel, okay, yes.
Okay. So, how can we introduce cybersecurity courses or rather awareness and training in our pupils and students at an earlier time, so that instead of coming to discover it at college level, university level, they are able to be self-aware and have some knowledge even on high school and even primary level.
Very good question. 2 more. Yes.
My name is Faith. I'd like to add on what he said, my good colleague, brother, member here. I think next time, as we try to make it interactive, it should be more also trying to see if everyone in this room or anyone in attendance will be able to maybe manage. If you can try a social engineering, try just as much the way Pentera or other solution does, should also be practical to us. You can give us some maybe links and see who will be fished to maybe clicking them, so that as much as we talk about cybersecurity, we can be in a position as well as users to be able to mitigate it or rather to avoid the cyber.
Very good. 1 more, last question.
Good evening.
Yes.
My question directed to Mr. Fred of Ghana. What key components can Kenya learn from Ghana, and what can we learn from India that you intend to Ghana? Thank you.
Thank you. Last one, please.
Hey, my name is John. In addition to his point, I want to understand, in your country, Ghana, what measures have you put in place in terms of employee retention once you train them? And you want to avoid an instance whereby you have a trained employee and they choose to go to another firm that offers a good bag.
Thank you. That's enough. Now we will begin with Vera. She will respond to the question and then give a way forward. Yeah, the mic is not, there's no sound. Chege, is someone hacking our mic?
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. And I think we've had quite a number of people in the audience who have even contributed to that. Some of the things that we could do to make it full. I think we've had people talk about increasing the variety of the things that we have. You're talking about having more practical things that can be done. And I think if we are able to do that, then we will be able to attract a bigger audience of people because they see things that they can do. People tend to want to come for conferences where they see they are going to learn and they are going to benefit. So I think that's one of the reasons that attracted people here. So that is one of the things that could be done. Let me say that we will do is to increase the number of activities, provide a wider variety. Another thing is to use you who are here. Go spread the word. Next time you come with about 3-4 people. You know what it has done for you, so be the good ambassadors. Go and bring more people. I think it's somebody who challenged from up there. Sorry, I didn't get the name. So I'll give you a challenge to make sure you bring at least 10 people next year. That way then there'll be fewer seats that are empty on your row. Another thing would be to also begin to create awareness much earlier. I think this was a very, very well-planned event, but maybe people learnt about it a little later. So we will make sure that next year, at least we reach out earlier so that you can plan earlier and block your calendar. Another thing is one of the things we've had throughout since the first day is collaborations and partnerships. Nothing can be done alone. So the more we collaborate with people, both in private, public, and even the development partners sector, then we'll be able to have a lot more people coming. But all in all, I think it's also something that grows. Last year we were fewer. This year we are much more. By the time we are 3 years old, I believe this hall will not even be able to accommodate everybody. So thank you for coming. I think it's a good attendance. It's a good challenge. So next year, we say we are not targeting just this room, but we should be targeting at least 1.5 times this room, maybe even double. Why not? I think that's a good challenge. Thank you. For the way forward, Kenya School of Government is focused on building the capacity of the public service. Now, from this conference, we have learned a lot of areas and a lot of skills gaps that need to be filled. So one of the things that we will do, of course, is customize our programs to meet the needs of the public service, develop more programs, not only, I think I'd say, limiting to the public service, but programs that are available to everybody. So that would be one way forward. Another way forward is also carrying out more research and advisory. We have a lot of government players here. We are strong on research, so that's another thing we intend to do. So we'll be looking at research, training, consultancy, which has been talked about by many people here. So that's what I'd say. Thank you.
Thank you, Vera.
Thank you for this glad opportunity. From the perspective of Ghana, the gentleman asked the question concerning how Kenya can learn from Ghana and what exactly we are taking home from this conference. Yesterday, from my presentation, I indicated that in order to have a very good cyberspace in Africa, legislation is key. If the laws are there to cover cybersecurity and the workforce and how we collaborate, then our way is bright. Whatever we do will be right that the law is protecting us. So when you come to Ghana, that's why Ghana, aside the ministry, there is the Cybersecurity Authority that oversees whatever matter that is concerning cyber security. And the authority have done a lot. And in our system, we have what we call Cyber Awareness Month. In every year, October is set aside for training, for workshop, for cyber education throughout the nation. So it is something, if it is not in Kenya, we can learn from. When you come to our educational background, I told you yesterday, government has managed to develop a new curriculum that from basic school to the senior high level, back to, all to the tertiary, cybersecurity, AI, robotics education programming is embedded in our curriculum. So from the tender age, you'll see that students are given the opportunity to interact with this technology. So as and when they grow, they become experts, and the way is bright. Aside that, Kenya can also adapt our system of free education, where students, the resources are available for students. As I told you yesterday again, all the senior high students, over 3 million students, have been provided with laptops to interact with, free. It is something Kenya can apply to our students. When you have it, in fact, they have the first-hand interaction with technology, alongside with the learning that the teachers will provide for them. And as I said, our teachers, over 207,000 teachers also provided with free laptops. So with those available resources, you see that you have no reason to learn technology. And I think it's a good learning ground that Kenya can pick from Ghana. What we are taking home, I was happy when I get to the conference grounds. I realized that 70 to 80% are students who are participating in the conference. And it's a good thing we have to learn from, that you don't only engage the experts, but you bring along the young ones who tomorrow become the experts. And as they listen to speakers, as they ask questions, as they interact, you see that tomorrow they will be better experts to speak on cybersecurity and AI on behalf of Africa. So it's a good thing that when we go back, we also try to involve our students in some of these great conferences. The way forward, collaboration is key. In Africa, I mentioned it outside, that all the experts in our sister countries, we should have a common platform to collaborate, to discuss about cyber and AI and the way forward in Africa. If there are experts in Ghana, experts in Kenya, experts in South Africa, we have no common platform that we share ideas. We have no common platform that we integrate the individual technologies that we learn, then we can go forward. So I'll propose that the various experts in our sister countries, we should at least have a common platform so that we can collaborate to carry Africa to one stage. My last suggestion for the way forward is also that I encourage the next conference we include group discussion. As we discuss the whole conference, but there should be a session that we break into groups, depending on the individual knowledges and experience we have. When we break into these group discussions, we collaborate more, we interact more, we learn more, we share more. There are so many of us who have ideas on this floor, but because of the crowd, some cannot even air. But if it's group discussion, group of 10, group of 15, topics discussed, come to report, just within some such session, you will see that all the silent, good students and experts here, their voice will be heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Just to also add on what he has said, he has mentioned a couple of things from the question that I was asked. That is more about building capacity from the early childhood development up to the tertiary level. So I think one of the ways that we can go about building capacity and also educating the youngsters about cybersecurity and also other technologies is that we need to develop very good curriculum that will encompass all these technologies. As he has said, in Ghana, the way they have implemented robotics, AI, and computing, we also need to borrow some of this. I know some schools already have existing programs to teach their students about security, ICT, and robotics, but it's not like in the general public. Like, we don't have all the public schools with computers, and we don't have trained teachers who also, that means that we are lacking capacity in terms of the trainers. So one thing we need to develop first is a curriculum and framework around childhood development and education. And then we need also government agency to come in maybe civic education, because we need our students and also the young people, maybe from the age of 5, to understand the risk of being on the cyberspace, the risk of cybersecurity, and how the information being online will affect them or might affect them. We are all aware about the risks that are outside there in terms of cyberbullying. We are also aware about things to do with pornography, child exploitation. And if we look at frameworks which we can bring kids as early as when they know how to say no and when they know how to speak, to understand the risks that are outside there, then we can also be at level playing field with our competitors or other countries. So another thing also I think we should think about when you are thinking about the young people and the young children that we have is also things to do with mentorship. All of us here are expert in a certain way or level, and we can embed a knowledge to the community by sharing our knowledge, our expertise, by explaining, maybe volunteering in schools to train them on small courses. We can start something small before we get a framework which will bring together all the experts or the government will be on board. So that is one of the things. Another thing is also we need to build capacity on our trainers, capacity in terms of them being aware of the cyber threats, being aware of the cyber security skills that the kids need to have. And so that also goes back to the government and policies and framework around education. So from that also, a lot of us here are either parents or people look up to us. So we can also impact these skills to our children by educating them on the risks that are there in the cyberspace. Because I understand, even if not all of us, maybe some of us are here legal, others are in medicine, others are in the education, we all have a small knowledge that we have already picked up from this conference that we can share with the rest. So on what is my takeaway from the conference is that we need to do more in terms of engagement with the business constituents. That means that the government agencies and also the academia need to go to the business, because for me here, I represent businesses, and I feel like probably we might be building solutions that are not for the business or building skill sets that are not for the business. So we need to engage the businesses in terms of decision making around framework, also decision making around policies. So for the people that are here that are policy makers, you need to engage more with businesses. Also, another takeaway is that also we need to continue the conversation after this conference. What did you pick from the conference? Who did you meet that you think you can build a collaboration or you can build a partnership with, or you can grow or you can mentor? For those people who are still in school, who have you seen from the crowd that is someone maybe in business or someone in the cyberspace that you want to engage further? So for me, those are my two takeaways, and I am open for engagement, and thank you so much for organizing this CyberPro.
Thank you. Please pick the mic. And yeah, it's him. Okay, please, we're going to leave it to 2 minutes.
Okay, sure. A question was directed to me. It was about phishing. I'm pretty sure the City of Creators will take up that one. What I would just advise is, I wouldn't really recommend targeting phishing towards the hackathoners. I would actually want it to be more of a challenge where the hackathoners will be the ones that will be required to carry out phishing to maybe get or gain more access into the network. So this may be, there are a lot of ways to do that. I'm pretty sure you have interacted with things like .lnk files and .scf files that when you place it in a maybe a browser, a folder where, you'll open a file using a browser. It will automatically, like in Windows, it will automatically send an authentication hash in form of an NTLM, and you'll be able to actually crack that and maybe logging as that user, right? So that would actually be a really nice scenario to practice your phishing skills. But otherwise, I wouldn't recommend targeting that towards the hackathon, as it wouldn't be wise, and I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be compliant with the law. My takeaway would be, it was a really nice CTF, by the way. We enjoyed the challenges. Just to mention, it would be really nice to make it a little bit beginner-friendly.
Okay.
In that way, I
Yes.
mean, we should have a little bit simpler challenges. Okay, those hard challenges should also be there, but just to welcome people who are trying to dive into cybersecurity, we should actually have created some simpler challenges.
Dunstan, you've heard that?
Yeah.
You're responsible for the challenge? Yeah.
Yeah. The answer to the question that how do we pass knowledge to the industries? I believe when it comes to cybersecurity, it's all about awareness creation and continuous education. What I mean simply here is that we need, as delegates, students, and speakers from here, this conference, whatever we've heard, whatever we thought about, we should be ambassadors as we go. Let us be ambassadors of cybersecurity. Let us preach the good practice of cybersecurity. I believe each and everyone here belongs to a group or an industry. As we go back, it is all about passing on the knowledge and experience that we get from here. So if you ask, how do we pass on the knowledge to the industry? The institution that I'm coming from as Parliament of Ghana is not here as in the entire staff or the members of Parliament. I and my colleague are delegated to come here to acquire this knowledge, to experience what Kenya is doing in terms of cybersecurity, to share knowledge. So as we go back, or in my capacity, I go and tell the good aspect, the good news, the experiences from the speakers, the knowledge we shared here as individuals on breaks and all that. We've also learned from what Kenya has achieved in terms of cybersecurity. So we go back and we talk about this good aspect that we've taken from this conference. So if you ask me, how do we get this knowledge passed on to the industry? That is simple. You are an ambassador of cybersecurity. I am an ambassador. If we continue to spread the good news of cybersecurity practices, we will get there. We will achieve a safe cyber ecosystem for all. So that is a little bit I can add, or I can respond to the question you asked. My takeaway is, in fact, that will be outside of this conference. I think when I came in, I had an issue with Safari's SIM card. So I have to go back. I think I tried making calls multiple times, getting the numbers wrong. So I was blocked. And when I got back to Safari office, I was told that in Kenya here, especially with the Safari system, once you tried it multiple times, the system automatically takes you off, because then you become a suspicious. So I was like, okay, then that is a good system. I think this is a very nice way of, you don't need someone to report somebody to take somebody off. The system is in place. Once it identifies that you continue to do something this way, then you become a suspicious character and it takes you off.
So I think this system is very good, and I think that is a takeaway for me. As I go, I have friends who are working in the telcos and stuff. I can share this knowledge with them. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I will talk the longest because I'm talking last. But I am glad that, let me start with what you can take home is that this platform is composed of the two models in Africa in terms of cybersecurity maturity. For those who have not read that report, Ghana and Kenya tied for being the cybersecurity models in the International Telecommunication Union's latest report. And I think the colleagues from Ghana, you can confirm, it's a tie. Okay, but in the listing, Ghana came first, but I think that was alphabetical.
No, Daktari, it's not a tie.
Now, in terms of the concern for one of the delegates, in terms of putting more practical experience in the conference, I think, yes, we've taken that positively, and our colleague from Ghana also mentioned that we should involve more breakout and more experiential activities. However, we tried hackathon, this conference, and we also embedded master classes. I can confirm that those who attend the master classes on Monday, there were 2, and yesterday there was 1. They were quite engaging and very deep in content and experience. There's 1 more tomorrow. Now, we'll look at probably inputting practical activities. I know we've done this in other conferences. For those, and I'm glad there were delegates from Ghana in the Information Security Management Conference, which is an annual one, done collaboration between Kenya Bureau of Standards and NC4. Last one was in Naivasha, and we had delegates from Ghana, and we had 2 days of practical exposure, including things beyond the hackathon. In terms of my way forward, I think collaboration is the only key. We are glad that we as NC4, we are being entrusted with that responsibility, that coordination, collaboration is important. We appreciate that every entity, every individual have their own ways of dealing with matters of cybersecurity. But at the epicenter of it all, we need one common direction. And that is why coordination is important. In terms of the workforce, we need to look at a very consistent and aligned way of developing a talent pipeline, cybersecurity talent that is relevant for the industry, that is also customized and domesticated to our domestic requirements, and that is also aligned with our other strategic policies. Again, we also embraced our legal and statutory requirements, and we see that some work needs to be done so that all of us, all stakeholders, both Kenyans, non-Kenyans with this ecosystem, the tech service providers, the academia, and the industry are able to contribute positively towards building a sustainable talent pipeline. That's a talent that keeps learning and keeps being adapted to the new and emerging cybersecurity challenges. And lastly, let's appreciate the fact that digital transformation is here, and internet GDP is one of the measures of a digital economy. Let us secure our cyberspace, because that is the only way that we can improve our internet GDP, which will change the socio-economic landscape of the people of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's clap for ourselves. That's number 1. And we clap for the panelists. Yes, there is one person remaining. Me. Clap for me. Okay, this is from CyberPro. We are launching our training beginning 1st of October. It's here at the UON, Chirombo campus. It's at Daystar, and it's at Catholic University of East Africa. Yes, clap for me again, I can see. So, moving forward, we will have trained industry practice graduates during 2025 Cyber Week Africa. I don't need to say much because we have said it, they have translated it, and we have all agreed on all that we said. It's good, and we will work towards 2025. Thank you very much. Please, panelists, you can go back to your seats as Dunstan takes over the microphone.
All right, thank you so much. We are coming towards the end of the conference, Cyber Week Africa 2024. And before I say looking forward to see all of you in the next conference, Cyber Week Africa 2025, we are now getting to the gifting and awarding ceremony before we close. So I would like us to acknowledge that the first day we had our hackathon, which was CTF, Capture the Flag Challenge for cybersecurity enthusiasts, professionals, practitioners across different universities in the country. And I told you we had over 400 participants. Some guys came in from Pwani University, from Meru University, and other universities in the western part of the country. And of course, for any challenge and competition, we always appreciate the guys who came in first. And of course, everybody is a winner at some point. It's only that for this one, thank you so much for the guys who participated in the hackathon. It's only that now we have to award the first three groups which won the competition. So let me just, I think the first guys who won the competition were from Jomo Kenyatta University of Science and Technology, JKUAT. Their name was Seekers, and their team leader was Victor Maina. Where is Victor? Please come. So good work, Victor. Can I disclose your hacker name? Okay, his hacker name is Victor_N00B. The second guys who won the CTF, please come. The second guys who won the hackathon, they're called Krakenbridge from KCA University. And the team leader was Joseph Kimiri. Where is Joseph? Please come. The third winners is, they're called YEL 001. That was the name of the group. A group had 4 participants, and they are from Dedan Kimathi University. Okay. Please, number 1. Number 1 to stand here. Number 2 to stand here. And number 3. Now, as you saw, there was a student here from JKUAT. He was speaking a lot of tech things. and some of the guys in the audience were just smiling. So basically, a CTF is a challenge that is carried out for cybersecurity guys that we're able to test out their abilities to work around different categories: social engineering, phishing, reverse engineering, and so on and so forth. So there were different categories. If I can remember very well, 7 categories. And that is when you got a feedback that we should be a little more lenient for the guys who are just on their entry level. So I want to take this opportunity to appreciate all of you and congratulations for winning. The other guys who didn't win to be in front here today, we want to give you an encouragement that put in more effort. Next time it will be you on the stage. And so I want to welcome Cabinet Doctor to come and give them their award. So these guys are getting checks. Oh my goodness. So the first guy, please step in front, Victor.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you, MC. I've always been asking myself a question. What is the face of a hacker? How do they look like? Are they tall? Are they short? Are they too much learned? Do they wear a tie like me? But here are they now. I think my question has been answered. Hair not well properly kept. Now we can give a description so that if you meet them on the streets, this one is a hacker. Okay. Okay, with those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for the winning teams. So I'll start with number 3 so that we go upwards. On behalf of that team, please, number 3, congratulations. I know next year you'll be number 1. That one I can, which university? Dedan Kimathi. Na si zile za zamani, those all the old universities. So you can see University of Nairobi, Moi University, those five Ivy. Yeah? They used to be called the 5 what? During the Moi's days, before the Kibaki mass wedding, where we have now all the universities coming on board. So congratulations. I just keep this. Please smile for the camera, and then we'll take your face. So AI guys, please, let's begin to map so that next time we have issues, we know who to arrest. Okay? On behalf of number 2, now, you can see, the picture is coming. Hair, dressing style, okay, appearance, a very mean smile. Okay, my brother, congratulations. Which university again? KCA. Please shout out for KCA University. Again, not the old boys. But this is a challenge that we need to be able to, but at least number 1 comes from the 5 originals, isn't it? Jomo Kenyatta. And I hear that this, okay, but tell your brothers, the Muloti boys, please, we are on their neck. One year now they get more constructive. There are a lot of jobs in the cyberspace. True? Yes, you can do ethical hacking, not the cyber criminal hacking. So let's congratulate again this team from this university. Okay. That's great. Have you taken enough pictures? Okay. So let's form that picture. So that then we'll want to see also next year, once we come, are they the same faces, the same university? No, they can be poached by University of Nairobi. Where is the deal? They say, okay, I give you a transfer, credit transfers to my university. So you say, okay, now University of Nairobi, same person. Okay, thank you. Am I required back? Yes. Okay.
We gon' celebrate and have a good time. It's time to come together. It's up to
Thank you for that, Colonel. And we are hoping to see more and more new faces next year's conference. So we move next to the gifts and appreciation for all the speakers that have been with us since the first day up to here. It's not the end, it's only but the beginning of the journey to ensure that we have a safe cyberspace. So I think we will begin with those who are here today, today's speakers. So we have here an award for Dr. Evans Miriti. He spoke very well on artificial intelligence in relation to cybersecurity. Is he around? Please come, Daktari. So this is just but a token of appreciation for the good work you're doing in the academia, which definitely will translate into the industry. And I want to say thank you so much, and please continue with the good work you're doing. And I want to take this opportunity to ask the chair for CyberPro, Mr. Emuna Noah, to please give Daktari his gift.
We gonna celebrate your party with you. Come on now. Let's all celebrate and have a good time. Celebration. We gon' celebrate and have a good time.
All right, we go. I know you guys are really curious to see what is inside. It's a very precious and very beautiful gift. So, the next speaker to be given a gift is Frederick Yado. Frederick? Will be followed by Dr. Njoga.
Let's celebrate. There's a party going on right here. A dedication.
Thank you for the music.
throughout the year. And party with you. Let's all celebrate and have
So I want to take this opportunity to welcome the CEO and founder for CyberPro Global to give the gift to Mr. Yado Frederick.
what's your pleasure.
Dr. Priska, please. Dr. Priska, please come. Oh, okay, okay.
It's a celebration. Let's celebrate. Come on now.
So the next speaker to be given a gift is Dr. David Njoga, and he will be given the gift by Dr. Priska. Yes.
We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's all right, baby. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's all right. We're gonna have a good time tonight. Let's celebrate. It's all right.
Good. The The next gift is for Mr. Yogo James. I don't know if he's around. Okay, we'll make sure this gets to him. The next speaker to be given a gift is Dr. Leo Tabansky. Doc, are you around? Okay. We also make sure that the gift gets to him. Fin Yang is also left. Okay. Simon Kipruto. Yeah, all the speakers have left. The next speaker to be given a gift is Derek Owino. He left. I also know Philip left. Philip, are you around? Okay, we'll make sure they get to them. George Kisaka. I think we can have Mr. Preston get this for George. If I have my facts right, Preston is the CEO and founder for Isaka Kenyan chapter. All right, we have the gifts and awards for all the speakers who spoke at Cyber Week Africa 2024. So the remaining ones are there. I think the speakers are not around. Do we have any speaker in the house who has not received their gifts? Vera, yes, please, Madam Vera, please come forward. You know, she's part of the team, she's part of the family that you can easily not remember. So please, Vera. Ah, okay. We have Mary as well. Please, Mary, come forward. And Vera. Ah, okay. Please bring the gift for Nancy, Derry, Vera, and Mary. Please, please, come. I don't know why my boss keeps on saying the future is pink. Now, pink. Like the future is female. I don't know why. Anyway, I have to agree with him because it's almost end month. Gift for Mary? Okay. Okay. Now since it's opened, ndo mjue mambo iko sawa. Oh yeah, for the guys who are not from the continent, mambo iko sawa, it means hakuna matata. There's no problem. So this is how the gift looks like, right? So this is for Mary Njoki. Very wonderful presentation on mental health care. So please, okay, Noah, you can give a gift to Mary. Sorry. The next speaker is Vera. Madam Vera, please come forward. So, Colonel, please.
More pink. We need more blues.
We need more blues. So let us have the next gift for Nancy. Hey, I saw it, guys. It is there. As we prepare the gift for Colonel as well. Nancy is really doing an amazing work in matters intelligence, because from intelligence is where we collect the data and information that we use to prepare for any upcoming cyber threats or the data that we use for research and development. So I want to take this opportunity to invite John. John, to give Nancy. Bwana Director Timothy Were, please come. And I also want to welcome Dr. Priska to give Director his gift. Oh, okay. Now, the next gift is for somebody gifting others. The next gift is for Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Maisakenyi. He's not around? Then I would wish Colonel to take for him.
All right, sir, no problem.
Chair? Or CEO? No, both of you can actually come and give out the, yeah, please, both of you. Yes. You can move close to the camera. My team? All right, do we have the gift for Dr. Njoga? Yes, we do. Daktari, oh, you have received yours? Thank you. Daktari, I happened to go through his hands. He taught me research methodologies that he was always very strict. I will give you my personal gift. We have a Jofo, right? Do we have his gift ready? It's not ready. Okay. So no worries, all the speakers who spoke at this conference, they'll be able to receive their gifts. Some of them already left, but we'll organize how it will get to their premises. And for those guys traveling outside the country, we'll make sure you have your gift before you leave, probably today, latest tomorrow in the morning. Thank you so much. That was the gifting session, but gentlemen, don't leave there yet. Oh, there's one for you. Colonel Kimuyu. Lieutenant Colonel Kimuyu. Colonel, let me just call it the way I'm used to calling it. Colonel. I've really struggled with Colonel. Colonel. So this is the gift for Colonel. At least I've tried. I have never interacted so much with the guys who protect our country from external forces. But coming to interact with the doctor, he was in fact, more friendly than I am. So I really want to thank you so much for the good work you're doing, for the good work you've done, and actually making sure that the conference comes through. So this is very personal to me. I would like the chair to present this.
It's so personal, you could have gifted to him.
Okay, move closer. Yes, so like I mentioned, all the speakers and the presenters for this conference will be able to award them with their gifts. It's only that I think they're not ready, but they will be due in no time. So that is the end for the gifting and awarding ceremony. We are coming towards the end of the conference, and I want to take this opportunity to recognize the exhibitors and our partners and our sponsors who came through for our conference, Cyber Week Africa 2024. And I think in the house, and I think from the very first day, I happened to see some very actively engaging partners who have been with us through and through, and I want to say thank you so much. It's a very good initiative when especially the legislation takes a serious note on matters cybersecurity, technology in general, and of course artificial intelligence. So I want to take this time to recognize Githuku and Githuku advocates. I would just like you to stand and wave to the crowd so that they can know who. And thank you so much for being our sponsors for this event. I'm getting convinced that probably the future could be pink, as John said. I also want to take this opportunity to recognize, but of course they will have a session to say something brief, but they also happen to sponsor our event, Isaka. That is Mr. Preston is there. And the list is endless. We have Fortinet, you have seen their exhibition booth out there. We have got Kenya School of Government. I'm sure you have interacted with the exhibitors there. Now, I'm not rushing through, but Kenya School of Government have been so much instrumental in making sure that this particular conference and event comes through. We also have KNCCI, the Chambers of Commerce, Kenya National Chambers of Commerce, that is the county chapter. Nairobi County chapter, which has been exhibiting just outside the 6th floor. We have got CyberPro as well, whom have been exhibiting on both the 6th and the 5th floor. So that is it for exhibitors and sponsors. I'm not sure I've forgotten anybody. Last but not least, I want to give this opportunity to John, my CEO, to invite the partners for the conference. So Cyber Week Africa 2024 conference, we had multiple partners. Now we had CyberPro. I come from CyberPro. We have Kenya School of Government, KSG. Maybe you know it mostly as KSG. We have got NC4. We have got the Embassy of Israel, that is the Trade and Economic Mission Wing. We have got ISACA, who has been very instrumental. We have got Daystar University, and of course our hosts, the University of Nairobi. So I want to take this opportunity to welcome John, who will welcome our partners to say at least something.
I want to appreciate everyone who came in today, and with our, we call them development partners. Development partners in a way that these are the guys who held our hands and opened every office. Last year, we had the biggest challenge of our lives in bringing in the Ministry of Defense to speak in our conference. It was so easy to come this year, so easy. It was the easiest, actually. They confirmed a long time. Thank you for the Security Department of our nation. And I would want to welcome, I don't know whether there is protocol or to welcome Colonel Dr. Kimuyu to just give a vote of thanks. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to confirm if you are closing. My standing here reminds me when I was a young man, and you will go to church like you have a date in the afternoon. Then the preacher will be there as I conclude. As I finish, again as I conclude, then you are there looking at your watch. Okay.
As the Colonel is concluding,
oh no.
I know I will not have the opportunity to speak again, but we will have the cybersecurity certificates, auditing GRC, and the certificate on cybersecurity and data privacy for all the attendees and trainees will be sent to their physical location.
Oh, thank you. I thought you wanted to take the microphone. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me just to do what I've been told to do. I'll have wished just to read a very long speech, just to crown everything up. And we've not slept developing this speech. But because we love you people and we want you to come again in next year, 2025, we will not do that. So from the bottom of our hearts, at the NC4 where I sit, and all the other partners, and also to thank our chair, the PS in charge of internal security, national administration, none other than Dr. Raymond Omolo, who was here just to officially grace and open this occasion. We want to thank you for taking time just to be able to attend this occasion. Those who have traveled from other countries in the African continent and beyond, we know the other guests, speakers who have come from other countries beyond Africa. Please send our regards. We wish you journey mercies as you travel. Please, if you meet our protesters on the road, don't mind them. They are only exercising their democratic rights, so they are harmless. Just pass. Once you reach the airport, everything is fine. Mpox is no threat now. People have been calling me, oh, can we come? What about this? I want to state here on behalf of the government, and I'm not a spokesman. I wish I was one, that we are very much on top of things and everything is has been contained and we are safe. So I think I've finished, I've concluded. So I want to ask John, I don't know what else did you want me to do? Can I declare it closed? Okay. Or John, you don't look convinced that I can do it. So on behalf of all the great people that have been here, we just want to dedicate this. We've been told the future is pink, so we also want to, before I close, just applaud the wonderful ladies in the house, regardless of your age. Can we please clap for our wonderful Ladies. Ladies, is that enough or we can do better? We can do better. Okay, let's repeat it again. 1, 2, 3. Let's put our hands together for our wonderful ladies. Okay, please accept that. That's the best we could be able to do. So with those few remarks, with all humility and humbleness of the spirit, taking pride of what we've had here and the presentations that have been put here, the pace that has been put, I want to take this pleasure to officially declare 2024 Cyber Week Africa officially closed. You can clap for yourself. And with that, I mute the microphone.